here to communicate. A lot of different people saying a lot of different things, and I need to hold on. I got one more I got to play. Not one more song, but I got one more thing I got to pull up. Where is she at? Where is she at? Where is she at? Yeah, but anyway, we're going to have some different takes on last week. We just have some more information on the voters' rights and a lot of other different things that we have. It's a lot, and I'm just trying to figure out which one is going to go in. But there she go right there. There she go. Yeah, there she go. And I'm going to save her for last. So what we have is a lot of situations going on where we could tell it's a lot of confusion. And there are certain things that's being said that's being hidden, but a lot of people want to focus on the basic minor things, I would say more juvenile than anything else, versus where the money at. What about all the other things? So voting is just about to kill everything. Voting Rights Act just about to kill everything. Nothing. We get nothing, right? Nevertheless, that the United States has been bankrupt over 4 times. Not that the fact that you have a sovereign wealth plan that's put together, not the fact that you have a debt clock where they have sovereign funds in there, not for the fact that, you know, a lot of the things that have been put in place have been actually been documented as contrary. I should use that word, contrary. So, but we got people that look like us that want to talk about voting. Last time I checked, I had a choice whether I wanted to vote or not. A choice. They're not even talking about if we actually did a census on how many people that look like us vote, it'll pretty much outweigh the ones that do. If we actually took a poll, census, poll, whatever. People that vote versus people that don't vote, that might be considered to be what you would call black. Because last time I checked, again, I checked again, last time I checked, whoever was in office as the president wasn't going to be shit, ain't going to do shit. And it was just going to be status quo, business as usual when it came to our situation. Police brutality, police violence, being arrested for hiccuping, being arrested, driving while black, all these different things we all say. Reverse technology, tricknology, all the different things that happens that has not changed. Has not changed. Now, if you look at it from this perspective, right? If we understand that, why are people being duped into forgetting it? Can't forget it. You got to remember that. If you don't remember that, then you're just going to keep getting duped. Now, nevertheless, you know, happy Monday to everybody. Hopefully your weekend was good. Let's get started. All righty. Nope. Nope. Yep. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, we're going to do our normal ride down social media boulevard. And of course, this is Monday, so I always got to start over with some sports. This is the human highlight film, what we call Dominique Wilkins. This guy. The only reason why he ain't the greatest is Michael Jordan is the greatest. Let's run it back.
Dominique on the break. It's a drop. So here's Sparrow. 3 on 2. Just want to run. They find Wilkins. Look out. Longest best 3 here in this quarter. Dominique. Wilkins. Another ball. Here's Eddie Johnson.
The Suns up by 13. Davis.
Here's a lead for Dominique. He drives and jams. Down by Dominique Wilkins. Goes to work right down the middle. Wilkins with 5 seconds drive. Look out. Johnson, 19-footer. No. Oh. Dominique.
Stupid. That's retarded right there. I mean, come on, man. That right there. Look, if there was no Michael Jordan, that guy, 1 and 2 in scoring, 1 and 2 in dunking, highlights, everything. I mean, just the only thing Dominique didn't have that Jordan had was just that, I would say, that killer instinct. You know, he just didn't have that other type of elasticity that Mike had. Mike, it was different. You know. But yeah. All right, on to the next. Now, this is something interesting. I don't know if this is real or not, but the word is good. The word is good. I like the word.
Jackson, if I'm reading this correctly, you got a ticket the same day. Did you get a ticket while you were en route to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
That's why you were driving at a high rate of speed and driving through stop signs?
Yes, sir.
You get to your sister who was involved in an accident.
That's correct.
What's the condition of your sister?
She's okay now.
She's okay?
Yes.
She wasn't hurt?
She was injured through the accident, but she's still.
How badly was she injured?
I believe she had a broken femur, I believe it was, and a broken arm as well.
So you requested the court date rather than just paying the ticket. Why did you request the court date?
Because I have every intention of paying the fine, of course, but
okay.
I would need a little bit of time because.
So you want the court to set you up on a payment plan?
Yes, sir.
That's why you're here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why can't you just pay the ticket outright? It'd be like, because what happens is, from my previous experience, people want payment plans and then they forget, and then they get themselves caught up in a jam, and then it's the collections, and that's a whole nother mess. So if you're going to pay the $350, I would recommend you pay it just out front. Is there a reason why you can't do that?
Well, I don't like to use this as an excuse, but I used to be in the.
You used to be what? I'm sorry.
On duty, and I served 5 years in Afghanistan.
On duty where?
In the Marines.
Oh, Semper Fi.
Yes, sir.
How long were you in the Corps?
For 5 years.
You were in the Corps for 5 years? Just curious. You saw combat over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. How long have you been stateside?
For about a year now.
For about a year? Let me ask you, how's the job situation going?
Not great, especially since I've been diagnosed with PTSD, unfortunately. So any over stimulus will sometimes set me off in a negative way. So it's been kind of hard to have a job.
Since you've been stateside, have you had a job?
I've had jobs here and there.
Doing what?
I've done car washing, a little bit odd things I could
Okay.
do.
Where do you live?
Luckily, my friend of mine let me stay at this place for a while.
You're sleeping on a friend's couch. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, sir.
For all intents and purposes, you're homeless. Do you have a job right now?
No, but I'll get one to pay.
When's the last time you had a job?
3 months ago, the car washing.
3 months ago. Okay, let me ask you this question. How much can you pay right now for this $350 fine?
I have.
Are you reaching inside your wallet?
I have $30. Maybe I can pay right now.
Do you have a bank account?
No, sir.
So you have no checking account, no savings account. The only money that you have on you, the only money that you have as far as your net worth is the $30 that's inside your wallet. That's what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, so if I did like 10 payments of $30, I could definitely do that, I'm sure. I could start today if you need me to.
But you haven't had a job in a while and you're homeless.
I'll figure it out somehow.
You know what I can never understand? It's weird to me that we live in a country where people volunteer to join our military, but then when they get out, they're homeless. They can't find employment. You would think that a person who decides that, you know what, I want to serve my country would have the opportunity to find employment when they get out. You would think they would have the opportunity to find housing, but that's not the case. I think the number is somewhere else between 10 and 15%, maybe even higher, of the people that we have on our streets are homeless veterans. Did you know that?
Yes, I did, sir.
And you said that you served in combat.
Yes, sir.
So I'm assuming you've seen some things that you wish you hadn't seen.
Yes, sir.
See, I'm still a police officer here in Mango Park, and I've seen some things, urban combat, for lack of a better word, but I don't think it pales in comparison to what you've gone through. And now here you are in a situation where you said your sister didn't have insurance, or did I not hear that?
I don't think we talked about it, but no, she didn't have insurance. No.
Now we have another situation where you have to come and pay this incredibly high bill. So, and that's put on the back of a veteran who can't find a job and is homeless. And I understand there are veterans out there who have jobs and they can say whatever, but I'm sorry, I just feel that's a terrible disservice. You decided that you would take that chance, and you didn't come home in a box with a flag on it, but you did come home to a situation where you can't find a job and you can't find a home. As a nation, we should be embarrassed about that. We really should. We should really be embarrassed. So this is what I'm going to do for you. You're going to pay the fine. Okay. I'm not letting you off the hook. You're going to pay the fine.
Absolutely.
But I'm going to give you a break. I'm going to give you a deduction on the fine amount. So, how about we pay $10 to the courts, and if need be, the other $20, if you want, you can go next door and get yourself something to eat.
I'm confused. What does that mean?
Where's the confusion? You're paying the fine, are
Right.
you not? You're paying the price of what you just did. You're paying the cost. You already paid a price. You went overseas, you fought, you got PTSD. You already paid the price. Your action is inexcusable. You shouldn't do that. Don't ever do this again. But I understand you're trying to rescue your sister who is in a medical situation. It could have been life or death. You didn't know that. You paid a price a long time ago. You paid a price when you decided you wanted to sign on the line, and you're here. Because guess what? If you would have died overseas, who would have been there for your sister? Is your mom still living? Who would be there to take care of your mom? You understand where I'm coming from?
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Court's adjourned.
Will it be all right if I approach the bench? I'd like to thank you properly, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you want to approach the bench? Sure. You can come up. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, put your Kleenex up. Kleenex up. Now, a couple things in that, but I'm gonna go to this straight point. Now, you see the power a judge has. The power a judge has. Simple as that may be, a judge can do that. Based on the evidence, based on the situation, a judge can actually do that. That's the whole thing. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening, everybody? What's going on, isn't? They actually can do that. I know of somebody where the judge actually, once everything was brought into play, and you remember when I mentioned inculpatory and exculpatory evidence. Once the exculpatory evidence came out and it was presented in front of the judge, it went from one thing or the other, right? So from what I was told, the judge, once he got the information, he was like, okay, here's what I want you guys to do. Now, the other guy was representing himself, and, you know, he's talking to the DA, and they say, you know, y'all sit here and talk right here. They usually go in the back, do a negotiation, whatever. He said, no, you guys talk right here. He said, I'm sitting here, but I'm not listening. Now, this is a story that I'm told, right? Believe it or not. So after the exculpatory evidence proved that the guy was innocent, the DA still tried to make him one of them summary type of deals, right? Work project, pay a fine, go to anger management, all that type of stuff, right? So the other guy, the guy said he turned the whole deal down, right? So the judge popped up and he said, okay, all right, okay, well, all right, so here's what we're going to do. But I'm not listening, right? Just I'm not listening. But here's what we're going to do. So he turns to the defendant, to the guy, and he says, hey, let me give you 3 options. He said, because we got a jury sitting outside waiting. So I'm going to give you 3 options. He says, option 1, you can have a court trial, meaning that I will hear the case and I will make sure that I stay neutral. Number 2, you can have a jury trial and they're sitting outside. He said, but hey, you know how those things can go. He said, or 3, I'll dismiss everything. Just come back in 30 days. Then he says that the DA said, wait a minute, I object. He said, the judge said, objection noted and overruled. He said, hey, here's what I need you to do. This is what the guy said. He said, judge asked him, he said, this is what I need you to do. I just need you to bring me 2, max 2, 1 or 2. 2 will be good. 2 credible letters of recommendation saying how good of a person you are, so on and so forth. He said, just don't sign it. Just bring it me 2 notices, 2 letters of recommendations, call it LOR, right? That you are this good person and so on and so forth. And he said, well, what time do you need? Next thing you know, he does what he has, come back, he dismisses the case. Power to judge, right? When you look at situations like this, and let's say you have some information, some knowledge about, you know, legal court proceedings. And you understand your rights. Right? Miranda, number one. I like that. I like that lady. She cool with me. Miranda cool with me. I say, look, if people know their rights and you're able to express them at the time, right? It's like I say, don't be in a hurry. Don't get rushed. Do not get rushed. Take your time. You don't get rushed. You take your time. Then you'll be able to get everything on the table. But a lot of people are thinking about, well, I'm going to get locked up. I'm going to get locked up. Oh, this, that, and the other, so on and so forth. Well, bottom line, the burden of proof is on who? Who is the burden of proof on? Anybody? 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 Who's the burden of proof on? Right? A lot of people don't know the defendant has the most rights in that courtroom. Did you guys know that? Everything that needs to be done from A to Z has to be proven. There must be verified statements, affidavits, confirmed police reports, witnesses. All those things have to be done before anything can happen. The judge, and remember I mentioned this term sua sponte. So you guys need to put that in your back pocket. Judges can do things sua sponte. That means on their own motion based on any issues that might be considered to be questionable. If my name is Joe Blow and it's spelled Joe space BLOE, proper noun, capital J, capital B. If my name is Joe Blow, all caps, or Blow turns out to be BLOAW in the police report or anything on top of that in the complaint, out of here. That's not me. Gotta go. All right. So that was a good, I don't know if that was a script, but it seemed just by looking at both of them, it seems like that was either a good stage play or, you know, obviously that guy, the judge, you can tell he military. When he says Semper Fi, you can tell he's military. And he's sitting there leaning in his chair, kind of like kicked back, like, yeah, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me. I run this court. See, that's how a judge is supposed to be. I run this court. Nobody dictates anything. No attorney's gonna come in and say anything to me that's gonna make me go outside my oath. I remember when the guy was telling me about that situation, I was like, wait a minute, he did what? Yeah, he did that. I said, that's a judge that has control of the court. And he's not going to let attorneys come in there and bully him. This is where they get going on this shit, where they had a little side deals like, you know what that means. Nah, I'm cool. Come bring your claim. Smack it off. Nope, I don't want that. I'm going to dictate what goes on in my courthouse. I'm not compromising myself to that fact. There are some people in that courthouse that do operate like that. What you have to do is know how to get to them. Because you got your lower levels, right? Now, the other thing you got to point out is this guy said he's still a police in that county. He's still the police. So he's not just a judge, he is the police. Now, the only thing I would say is that when he said you're going to pay that fine, what you didn't do is you didn't tell him why he has to pay that fine and what that fine falls under. What does it fall under? It falls under a commercial transaction. Codified, legislative, right? But it's under the fact that he could have hurt somebody. The way he was driving, one wrong turn, wrong run thing, somebody walking, a blind man walking, or an old lady walking on a stick, and he take them out, he's done. Because now you have an injured party. But what they're basing it off of is the presumption and the assumption that there could have been an injured party based on how he was not following the policies of there's a red light up there and you're running it. There's other cars going and it could have. But obviously, if he military, boy, he was so moving corners in that car. He was moving corners. And he knew exactly what to do, how to move and everything, got there unscathed and didn't hurt anybody. Now you say, well, under the circumstances, boom, you violated this on the potential that you could have hurt somebody. And that violation, we have these things in place. We have stoplights at these places. We have stop signs at these places. We have crosswalks. We have all these different things based on the fact that we control people so there's no injuries or no potential harm or death that comes involved with that. You guys with me? So, under the circumstance, you're going to pay this fine. Yeah, you got to pay for that because you didn't hurt anybody. It's a civil action. It's commercial in nature, right? You got to pay. Okay, so my response is, all right, Your Honor, I appreciate that. See, but if he came this level, judge would be like, hey, man, we ain't trying to do that. Because the judge is sounding like, low key, Jesus Christ around here. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, I'm God. Because judges like to play God. Even in the situation where God said, hey, man, I'm going to give you 3 choices. He said, I'm going to give you 3 choices. And you're going to take one of these 3. Because we still got some other business we got going on. But since you are solid, I'm going to let you go. All right. Now, if he would have said, well, Your Honor, since this civil nature, how you want me to pay? I ain't got no money. It's constitutional money out here. There's no money. How am I supposed to pay? What options do I have and what forms must be presented? That's a whole nother language. You see? But shout out to that brother. And here's the technique, right? And the other reason why I played this is because of the fact that our people know how to codify our language smoothly and maintain control and push the control out in the voice without causing any harm to the public, right? I can make my statement. I can say what I want to say, but I'm going to keep it in a way where the language doesn't offend anybody. But as you saw, the ladies, the white ladies in the back and the white man in the back, they felt a certain type. Boy, she got her tissue out. She was crying. It's like, dang. Whew. This is a black man talking to a younger black man. Woo-wee. Boy, she was charged up. She was. You know what I'm saying? When they see that conversation, they like, man, what is the United States? What is the media telling me? You telling me? Nah, I don't believe it. They all ain't like that. And then it make me seem like the ones that are like that, shit, they ain't got no damn choice. How about that? Let's move on. Let's move on. Clip that thing, AI something. Do that. All right. That's interesting. All right, so let's get into a couple promos. Let me go ahead and mute my mic real quick.
Come shop. Come shop in stock. In stock, come shop. In stock, all your tonics. In stock, come shop.
Yeah, that's right there on Broadway. Shout out to Richie Rich. He shot me that. That's a good one right there. That's right there in Los Angeles on Broadway. Yep. So definitely, let's get some promos in. That's the one right there. I won't.
Opened up a restaurant in Houston. Can you please share this video so that people can hear about our restaurant? I'm 21. The restaurant's called Sienna Wings, and
she's 21 years old. Sienna Wings, Missouri City, Texas. Sienna Wings on Sienna Parkway, 4340. 21 years old. She still got baby fat on it, boy. She still baby fat on it, boy. She out there getting it.
Yeah, we make wings, mac and cheese, and fries. I love my restaurant. I love cooking. I just graduated from college. And my mom, she is my partner, and she does this with me. And yeah, I just really want to let people know that there's a new place in Missouri City on the south side that you can come and get really great rings. So please share if you can, and I would appreciate it.
Very good. Very good. All right, so this one, this is just information. This is one of Ali's wives right here.
Was suspended, and I know he was going through some financial issues. Who were some of the people that was looking out for him?
The hard times? Well, Frank Sinatra, first of all, Frank Sinatra and his family, he loved Muhammad. He would ask us to go up to New York City with him and wined and dined at beautiful Toots Shor's restaurant in New York. We met Louis Armstrong, Marian Anderson. I met a lot of people of history. H. Rap Brown, we knew he was talked about. He was on the FBI list, so we couldn't be seen with him. So one evening, we was in the hotel, which Frank Sinatra, he had his suite right next to ours. He paid for everything. Frank Sinatra paid for everything. And he was amazing. He didn't see any color at all. And all he would hang around with be Count Basie, Duke Ellington, and all these great black musicians. He just loved them so much. And we had an incident with Frank. We was in Miami Beach. And instead of us going on the beach, black people wasn't allowed to check in the hotels in the 60s. And even Frank had Ella Fitzgerald, Sammy Davis. They couldn't even check in the hotels, and they were entertaining on the beach. So one day, anybody who was anybody, famous singers or whatever, they would go to the Hampton House and stay at the Hampton House in Miami on 27th Avenue and stay at that hotel. Okay? So one night, Muhammad and I and my little girl, Miriam, she was the baby, we had our room at the Hampton House. Frank comes over to the Hampton House in the limo with him and his open act, Henry Youngman, a big white guy that played violin and did comedy. And he came over in the limo and he says, I'm gonna go on the bus with y'all. We're gonna all go on Miami Beach and y'all gonna hear me sing in Miami Beach. So you took Frank Sinatra, Frank took Ella Fitzgerald, Sammy Davis, you know, Dean Martin. We all got on the bus together and went all the way to the beach. All right. If anybody black was on the beach and they didn't have a working card, they would arrest them and put them in jail. So we went out there and we went into this luxurious hotel. And Frank set all the black people in front at the arena, the little, you know, auditorium. And Frank got up there and says, "You know what? Y'all paid for me to sing tonight, and you filled up all the seats, but all of these seats here are gonna be for the black people that came from Miami. And I'm just here to let you know I am not singing on Miami Beach no more. So everybody give all the money back until you check these black people in this hotel. I ain't singing. I'm done." And he got on the bus with us and went right back to the Hampton House. Before we even got to the Hampton House, they sent a car to meet Frank back at the Hampton House saying they can check in the hotel. All black people can check in the hotel. They lifted that law within less than 24 hours. The chairman of the board has spoken. And Frank says, and I'm going to go to Las Vegas and I'm going to do the same thing. And nobody better not say nothing about it, because otherwise I'm not going to sing at no hotel until they stop.
Boxing license was suspended, and I know you.
Now, if anybody don't know, Frank Sinatra was Frank Sinatra. Now, what they tried to do, Francis Coppola in The Godfather, they had the one guy in there that they was considered to be a representation of Frank Sinatra. If Frank Sinatra was not going to play, they knew them places had a problem. Because guess who coming behind them? Yeah, the Godfather's coming. Wait a minute. You messing up our money? Yeah, I know you not. Absolutely. True story. True story. All right, let's move forward. About to get a little bit more deeper now.
Show us proof. Proof that I'm being targeted? Sounds like you have never been targeted. And genuinely, I'm happy for you. When you are being targeted, you don't broadcast your evidence. Everyone and anyone who has ever been targeted knows this. So unless you experience this personally, you can't imagine what it feels like. All I can say that for me, it is a combination of rage and sadness, honestly. Rage is from the fact that they're bold enough to think that they're going to get away with this. And the sadness is from the fact that I know and they know that unity will save us. But in a world full of distractions, it's just not easy to do. We're in a Roman circus, and clown content, and that's putting it mildly, that's what goes viral. That's what I'm competing for attention with, right? So I'll go back to the beginning when I say I'm genuinely happy for you that you have never been targeted, okay? And that is the kindest way that I'm forcing myself to respond to you. For everyone else, we have planned the work and we work the plan. No distractions for us. They are watching. Good. Let them watch us work the plan. And that's how movements become unstoppable.
Very good. What is?
From the very beginning, Black Americans have been a vital part of the American story, helping to make this the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Let's continue to correct the propaganda and the attempt at erasing the truth. Black Americans are not the descendants of the Indians in the history books. They are the Indians. The proof has been buried, but it's not gone. When Christopher Columbus washed up on these shores, lost and delirious, who did he write that he found? He called them Indios. He mapped a land he labeled India Superior, a territory that included Florida. He wasn't hallucinating an empty land. He was documenting people who were already there. These images can be found in Gran Canaria, Spain, at the Columbus Museum, Casa de Colón. And who were those people? They weren't the pale-skinned Siberians who crossed a land bridge, that's for sure. The historical records, the artwork from the era, the very descriptions, they detail people with dark skin, with hair textures that Europeans had never seen. They describe the original people as dark-skinned and woolly hair, the true owners of the soil. The people that Columbus met were Black Americans, the West Indians of the Caribbean, the Indians of the North and South American coasts. All of these territories were Black civilizations. Native Americans are the erasure. They are the last part of the destiny swap, a foreign invasive group from Siberia, and was grafted onto the identity of the people who were already here, while the original people were systematically reclassified, enslaved, and renamed to sever their claim to the land. The Indian Removal Act was a removal of Black indigenous nations. The face on the old nickel, the buffalo nickel, that proud profile was a Black indigenous man, an American Indian. Every time someone speaks about Native American history while pointing to a group that arrived later, they are perpetuating the final stage of the conquest, the theft of the victim's identity. They replace the people and the story. Black Americans are not a people without a land. They are the land. They are India Superior. They are the Indians that Columbus couldn't miss, and that every power since has tried to make you unsee. The map doesn't lie. The history books do.
TX22 with Freedom Fingers, FRT, and Mac mounts.
No, you're shoemakers now. And more importantly, you're a person of color. You're no longer a Nipmuc person. And that shows through in these county histories and also in the census records at the time. You find a person described in the 1860 census as an Indian. In the 1870 census, they're described as a person of color or a colored person. Same person, but the census taker, as part of the white dominant society, decides that this person is no longer Nipmuc.
Indians who remained hid, or they lied about their race. If they could pass for Caucasian, or if they could pass for Black, they took on another ethnic identity. But when they did that, they lost their culture. They had to hide and pretend. So now today, people get really upset and say, well, you're not really Indian. Well, yes, they are. They had to lie about who they were. They lost, for lack of a better word, their public identity.
I spoke upstairs a little bit earlier, and you know, one thing that jumped out at me was when the governor called a special session. In her press release, she said, "We are proud of the progress we've made." And when I hear that statement, I too am proud. Everybody here is proud, and we should be proud of this progress that we've made as a state. But there are two different we's in that statement. There's the we that is the now we, the we that should be proud of the progress, and there's the we that's actually responsible for the progress. And when you know the history, as most of us here do, the we that's responsible for the progress in this state, they look like me. It was Black people. It's the names that you know, the Martin Luther Kings, the Hosea Williams, the John Lewises, the Rosa Parks, the Amelia Boynton Robinsons. These are the we's that put the state of Alabama on its back and put America on its back in achieving what we ultimately got in the Voting Rights Act. I've long believed, you know, that the greatness of this country, the greatness of America has never been what we were before. The greatness of this nation is the possibility of what we can be in the future. And
Now you guys see the contrast, right? I'm playing some contrast, compare and contrast what you're hearing. Now you actually just heard what they just said. Then you're hearing what he said. Oh, what he's saying, because I'm not done with that yet. You see, you know, what's the guy, A-Team, Hannibal. He said, I love it when a plan comes together. Yeah. This is the end game. That you got these people up here. And shout out to the brothers. And you see this brother right here got a bow tie on like he with the Nation of Islam. That boy looking straight. That man is disciplined. Right? You got the bow tie and you got the necktie. What that means, I don't know. Something to it. But this guy right here is talking about people that these people are actually talking against. So, I'm not saying you gotta choose a side, but I'm just saying you just gotta know what the different conversations that's going on based on what history actually says. What history actually says might be different from what we're actually having the communication on. And what these people don't know is that this is why these people are not listening. They're not listening. Because they don't have to listen to someone speaking about something that is considered to be colorable, which has no basis in any treaty or constitution, Bill of Rights on this land. This is statutory things that people agree to get into, right? Their democracy in order to gain some power within the United States that they didn't have before. Why? Because let me take the we out. Because these people were not in it. They wanted to get in on it for whatever reason they wanted. I think if I wanted to get on some conspiracy theory shit, I would say that these people want to get in on it because they wanted to take control of the indigenous nations that they were citizens of. Or they were people that came over here as immigrants and wanted to be able to hide the fact of their immigrant status and wanted to get control based on the color of their skin or their complexion. These people, they want to get up there in a suit and tie, what we consider to be a monkey suit, and go up there and portray to the world that they actually have some power because they could get up there and speaks the King's English to white people. I mean, what do I know?
We're in a place now where we have opportunities for fair representation. This is not about stacking the deck. This is not about a fixed outcome. This is not about a promise nor a guarantee. This is about an opportunity. All we ever wanted was an opportunity.
An opportunity to do what? Man, look, here we go. I could take a poll, a survey, and I could ask a lot of people. What is the major issue you got? The number one. There are people that look like that. What's the number one issue? Police brutality. Violation of equal protection of the law. Being left alone to handle our own business. Yeah. Ain't nobody talking about redlining at the bank. Nobody care about that. People got ways of doing things and make money doing it that way. The last thing somebody's going to say is that I ain't got the right to vote. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But these people, you know why? 501c3. You have the Black Caucus, the NAACP, they're 501c3s. Southern Poverty Law Center, all ACLU, they're all 501c3s. In order for them to get funding, they got to have the numbers. Sacramento Police Department, 501c3. Just look at the side of your police vehicle in your area and watch it say some.org. That's a 501c3. Another thing a lot of people don't know is that all these police departments have a police department fund. So,
an opportunity to have a voice in government that's oppressed people here historically in ways that we've read about and that we know about. I sit here as the son of somebody who walked into the Alabama State Senate as one of the first Black men elected in the history of this state, certainly post-Reconstruction. He integrated Alabama. We're not talking about a long time ago. We're talking about my father. I'm young and
his father. First Black man, post-Reconstruction. Now, if that's his father, his brother's probably like my age. He got to be in his early 50s or something. You know what I'm saying? He could be in his late 40s. Just by the way he talks and presents himself, he can't be no younger than 45, 48 years old. His father. So that means his daddy's probably in his late 60s, 20, could be 65. Could be. Somewhere between 65 and 75 years old. Could be 80. Post-Reconstruction, that's 1878, 79, something like that. Black. That word didn't exist in the 1800s. That word was created in the 60s. That word, if was used prior, was like a curse word. Those are fighting words. And old men will tell you that. They don't use those words. Older women tell you they don't use those. They didn't use those words back then. Them fighting words.
No disrespect to anybody here, but I'm young enough to be most member on this committee's child. So we're not talking about an exceptionally long time ago. What we're talking about is the fact that we secured rights, and to remove those vehicles that secured those rights now, we cannot pretend.
Yeah, 501c3. Some of them could be 501c4s, 5, 6s. Could also be, because there's different schedules, none of your business that they actually have. Like the police department considered to be like a form of a fraternity. 501c, 6, I think it is. Yeah, 4, 5, and 6, one of them. 501c3 could be a connection, but 501c3 is the popular thing, but yeah. You got to pay dues, memberships, all these different type of things. It's numbers. It's a numbers thing. 501c. Look that up. Yep. 26 United States Code 501. A, B, C. Yeah, look at those.
That progress will continue to exist no more than we can expect a cake to bake in an oven that you turned off yesterday. We have to make sure that we maintain that legitimate opportunity. We have to make sure that we continue to go down the path of progress and not go backwards. We cannot go backwards. Black people have done too much for this state, too much for this country, too much for this nation to say that you don't get a voice. to say that you can't be heard, to say that you don't have a legitimate opportunity. My district is 47% black. 47. We represent everybody, and we will continue.
All right, so 47, he's saying right here to these people, he's making a statement. Like, that's court right there. That's administrative court, legislative. He's making a declaration. If nobody rebuts that, they're going to take that because they're recording that. They're recording that. So if he's saying that my area is 47% black and nobody in the crowd says we not black, then guess what? All y'all black. By the color. Could be some Africans in there. It could be, you know what I mean? Could be some people from South America. Could be people from Cuba, the islands, or whatever. But he just put everybody in the basket of black. For what? For what?
Continue to do that. We will continue to do that every single day. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me a few minutes to speak. Most importantly, thank you all for being here today and having my back and having.
Look at that. Look at him. He said, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Appreciate you. But as you see, my man with the bow tie gone. He done left his seat. Where you go? I didn't even catch that. This guy left the building. He has left the building. And you see this guy right here, I mean, he ain't got no hair on his face. So, you know about that type of stuff.
Paper genocide that occurred. The officials in Virginia deliberately expunged the records. They destroyed the official records and most of the private records. I've got a statement that gets into the whole thing, but basically, a lot of Virginia's ruling elite claimed to be blood descendants of Pocahontas, and in their view, that meant that no one else in Virginia could make a claim that they were Native American or descendant of Pocahontas, because to do so would mean that Virginia's ruling elite would have to be classified as all other non-whites were, which was, in quotes, and this was the law, the inferior Negroid race. This was what it was about. And with enormous hypocrisy, Virginia's ruling elite pushed policies, got them passed, and it culminated with the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. There was a paper genocide.
Now, let me blow this picture up. Yeah, that's a white man saying that. That is a white man. And he said it. Yeah. It was a paper genocide. Yeah, it was a paper genocide. Oh my goodness. See, the one thing, this is our kryptonite right here. Everybody take note. Kryptonite, the definition. A white man admitting to the fact that there was paper genocide. Kryptonite, done, over. No more talking. Okay. You want me to play it again for you? Yeah, I'm gonna play it anyway.
That occurred. The officials in Virginia deliberately expunged the records. They destroyed the official records and most of the private records.
Now, let me give you an example. You know why Virginia is so important? Because that was the Powhatan Empire. Chief Powhatan, what they call Powhatan, wasn't his name. These people pretty much control vast amounts of areas. And before all of the other things that was going on after the 1400s, they ran pretty much the northern part of North America up into Canada. The relationships with all those other, what you consider to be tribes, but nations, they had them. These people that you know was the ones that was actually orchestrating all the communications and treaties and trades back and forth to Europe. Another thing is I did my research in my genealogy and I'm related to them. Ah, boy. Well, nevertheless, they always want to do these things. In order for that to happen, right? This is what I'm saying. In order for the movements and the expansion of the United States into these other areas and started creating these imaginary borderlines, they had to figure out a way to get that empire right there. Because they talked about the Iroquois. They had to figure out a way, what they call actually the Pamunkey people. The Pamunkey, not Mokey, Munkey, the Pamunkey people and all the other groups that is with that. You had them, you had what you will call the Banaki people. You had all these people during that time. You had the Seneca, you had a big, that's what you call the 6 nations, right? What you call the 6 kings that was running shit outside of what you would consider to be the Americas. Them people. Big maritime naval, everything. Narragansett, Wampanoag, Pequot, everybody. All that. Running all the way up to what you would consider to be to the corner or the horn, what you would consider the horn, all the way to the tip of Canada. Because if you go to the tip of Canada, what they call Nova Scotia, you can just hop on the other side and end up in Europe. Did you know that? You can swim. Easy. Yeah. But hey, what do I know? Let's get on to the next one.
Let me say this about the Beatles. Right. I took the Beatles on this tour. They was making $50 a week a person. God bless the Beatles, and he did. I used to have to buy their steaks every day when we had steak.
Yeah.
John Leonard would come up and make all these big bills, and I had to pay them. I had the Beatles, I had Jerry and the Pacemakers, and a group called the Swingin' Blue Jeans. I had Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones. He made his first tour. Nobody never heard of these people.
Do these people send you a Christmas card?
They send me more than Christmas cards. They're my friends. You know, I really don't want anything from them. All I want them to do is to spread what they got from me. Mm-hmm. You know, God gave it to me and they got it from me. So just carry the good word over the world. That's all. I don't want nothing. I just want them to do what's right. Like James Brown, he was my singer in my band. He was with me. Yeah. Joe Tex was my singer. Otis Reddings. Jimi Hendrix was my guitar player for 4 years. But you never hear about all of this from me. You know, everybody said, well, what did he do? I did it all, but then nobody know nothing about it.
Little Richard is definitely one of the founders, one of the pioneers of early rock and roll. I don't know if you've ever seen his performances, but he literally gets after it. And it's very fast paced, very electric, and it gets the crowd going. And there just wasn't very much music like that back then. I'd say between him, Elvis was a big activist essentially for rock music, obviously. And then James Brown got after it too. So all three of those guys basically influenced an entire century of music that's still carrying on to this day. I mean, the 70s and 80s were basically founded upon Elvis, Little Richard, and James Brown. That's where all that rock music came from. That's where all the new dancing and new style came from. I mean, you've seen Mick Jagger and how he started acting once they started growing and getting bigger. He was crazy on stage like nobody had ever seen before. But that's because he got it from people like Little Richard, Elvis, James Brown. So it just carries on through generation to generation. Watch this.
Okay. So that's Little Richard. People don't know Little Richard. Little Richard pretty much established everybody. Bootsy Collins, James Brown, everybody. when I say damn near everybody in the 60s, well, the 70s and the 80s, I mean, damn near everybody. That's not no joke with this guy. You know, when you get into a point, and this is where a lot of the brothers, they get into this place where it's like you just got to go crazy. You got to play crazy in order to survive in that system. You just got to play crazy in order to match that energy, because you can't be silent. A lot of people ain't seen the movie on Richard, Little Richard. Little Richard was a man. When I say a man, he was a man. And then you get into that place where you like something snapping you and you just play crazy. Just play crazy. So then you get in there. It's just like Dennis Rodman. Like Dennis Rodman was a man. I mean, and then you get into that whole mix, and then sometime your mental fortitude cannot sustain all that energy around you that is just off the chain. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying Little Richard was weak-minded. I will say Dennis Rodman was. You know what I'm saying? But Little Richard being weak-minded, I don't know. It's just you get into a place where you say, okay, I need to know how to survive. Because, you know, when they proposition you, that proposition sticks. Let's get on to the next one.
Do you know why Prince, the famous rock star that was a friend of mine, do you know why he called himself the artist when he came back? He calls himself the artist because that's what they call us in our contracts. Oh, these contracts are crazy. You should hear the terminology they say in these contracts. To use your name and likeness in perpetuity throughout the universe. Who the fuck could possibly know what that means? Nobody does. It's so complicated, in fact, that when you're a kid like me, you have to hire somebody to tell you what that means. And you sit down at a table and you do the contract game. And that's how I got with Comedy Central. I signed the contract. But I signed the contract the way the 28-year-old expectant father that was broke signs a contract. I was desperate. I needed a way out, and it wasn't good money, and it wasn't good circumstances, but what else am I going to do, I said. And all these white people sitting at that table told me, trust us, Dave, it's a good contract. And I looked around the table, and they all seemed to agree it was a good contract. But what if it was like that game of three-card Monte? What if they were all friends and I didn't know it? The fucking industry is a monster. It's the same monster that these Me Too bitches was trying to tell you about. But they hate the monster for how it fucks. And I hate that monster for how it eats. But my God, man, it's the same monster. I'm up here doing something that nobody else in this business has the balls to do. I'm telling you something that you need to know. I'm trying to explain to you what you're seeing. You don't understand what you're seeing. I am publicly flogging a network. And I know that this network niggas, they watching me and they saying, why are you doing this so publicly? Doesn't feel good to be flogged publicly. Oh, believe me, I know exactly how that feels. When I quit my show, they said I was crazy. What was crazy about it? I just didn't want to do it anymore. They said I smoked crack. It's impossible. I was a devout Muslim. I didn't smoke or drink. But I do now, bitch, because you ruined my fucking life. Now it's their turn. This is their first nigga lesson. And I'm honored to give it to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured. What's going on? What's going on? Thanks, V. None of your business. Hey. I'm just coming on and look at the chat real quick. There, what's going on, my brother? What's going on? He said, what WTF is hidden wealth? Well, we about to talk about it in a minute. I'm about to put the link in the chat. We're about to talk about it. Don't get distracted. But, you think about it, right? Dave Chappelle, when I say to me he was not funny at all, you have people that are comedians on stage and they kind of like mediocre. He was mediocre to me. Acting, I mean funny as I don't know what. His show, the Dave Chappelle show, I mean, that was kind of like In Living Color, like a solo In Living Color. The dude was off the chain. Martin Lawrence, same way. Mediocre, a little bit above average in his stand-up to me. I mean, you got to be able to hold the crowd. You know what I'm saying? To be good. I mean, Eddie, Richard, like Red Fox. Yeah. It's hard to do that, man. It's hard to hold that crowd like that. Thousands of people out there. I mean, but Dave Chappelle, nobody knew that he was a devout Muslim. Nobody knew that. And they did all of that. That's crazy. But this is what I'm talking about, like Richard. It's like you got to act insane in order to be able to function within that atmosphere. That's a lot of energy to put on it, to be acting 24/7. It's like your life then becomes an act. You feel me? But what about that voters' rights? What about that? What about the Civil Rights Act? What'd that turn out to be? All right, let's keep it going. Now,
remember, they already declared.
I'm going to go over here. This sister right here, this is Dr. Kia Pruitt. I should have tagged her on it, but it's cool. You know what I'm saying? I tagged her a lot of stuff. She knows what it is. I'm pretty sure she probably be listening too. She's been updating some of the stuff. She coming back some of these things, and it's cool. This is what I'm doing. I'm trying to make sure people don't get comfortable. Stay on what you stay on. If you need some more content, I'm gonna give it to you. If you need some more talking points, ways to get it done, I'm gonna give it to you. Don't relax. All right. That brother right there, that's Rod Hayes. Shout out to Dr. Kia, Rod Hayes. It's fair use. You know what I'm saying? We've been fair using. So let's keep it going.
Declared the corporation insolvent. What does that mean in the world of business? They was in bankruptcy. Now they've been declared insolvent.
By the United States Treasury, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't exist. I mean, that means they can't pay their debt.
It's now a defunct corporation.
Okay.
Okay, now, in order to
remember, we Monday day quarterback. It's like Monday night quarterback. We Monday day quarterback in here. We're looking at everybody. We're going to respond. We're going to react. Some of these things need no reactions or any response or any interpretations or translations. Some we just let it just speak. But we watching film right now. We in the film room. Monday day quarterback. That's what we're doing. Fair use.
To maintain the British occupation. This is where birthright citizenship really comes in.
Oh, okay.
You cannot take the office of the presidency unless you was a part of the continuation of the occupation.
Now, what does that mean, Rod? You say you can't take the office of the presidency if you're not in alignment with the occupation of, let's hear that again. Let's hear that again. See, Robbie trying to sound like Nostradamus too damn much. Say it.
Maintaining the British occupation. This is where birthright citizenship really comes in.
Oh, okay.
You cannot take the office of.
They can't pay their debt.
Ooh, she said, ooh, okay. All right, run it back now.
It's now a defunct corporation.
Okay.
Okay, now, in order to maintain the British occupation, this is where birthright citizenship.
In order to maintain the British occupation, this is what birthright citizenship is about. All right. I'm getting it too. I'm listening to it. So I'm receiving it myself. Because I want to give a good interpretation of what I think I'm hearing here. All right. British occupation, birthright citizenship.
Citizenship really comes in.
Oh, okay.
You cannot take the office of the presidency.
You can't take the office of the presidency
unless you was a part of the continuation of the occupation.
Unless you were a part of the continuous occupation. You can't take the office of the presidency if you were not a part of the process of the continuous occupation. Okay.
Okay.
So if they overturn birthright citizenship, it ends the presidency because it ends the ability to be occupiers in the foreign land. Remember, they already declared.
Okay, so, well, you know, Rod, Trump falls in that category. I should have tagged him. I'm not talking against y'all. I'm giving my response. What I'll probably do is I'll probably tag them a little later and make a comment so they don't feel like I'm trying to sidetrack them. But no, if that's the case, then that means when the new 13th Amendment was brought into place, that means every single president at this point in time was foreign occupied, was a foreign occupant or a hostile occupant of America. And realigned themselves and pledged their allegiance to the British Crown or the British or the British Empire. So if that's the case, and I'm doing my analyzation here, that's the case, and that means Abraham Lincoln on up, except for the ones that got executed, right? So we could say the people that got executed were people that either wasn't trying to align, was trying to fight that, or were they these people that were actually getting taken out because they were going with that? See, that's too broad of a statement. You have to really give some detail. And these are just clips that I found when she was talking. So I don't know if they did or not, you know. But these are the things that need to be clarified. These people that was, you had McKinley, Lincoln, there was another one. I know Andrew Jackson. They tried to get him a couple times and they couldn't get him. You also have Ronald Reagan. They tried to get him. They got Kennedy. There was a couple other ones that had attempts on him but failed. You have Temps on Trump. So I don't know. But if that's the case, especially after 1933, when the Federal Reserve came in, we already know that was foreign occupancy or foreign occupation, you know, of the what you would consider to be the American government that was established, that created the 13 United States or the Union. So the interesting thing. Got one more.
We still got
one more.
Let's see Trump suspend mortgages and rent because of the bank collapse. That's the only thing we haven't seen yet. Out of everything I've been looking at, that's the only thing we haven't seen is the executive order freezing all, and it'll also freeze utilities too. Because there won't be any, the interim currency, it's going to be the Trump notes. But when they let you know that the banks collapsed, right, that's when they have to suspend all of that stuff. So that means you have free light, gas, and water because the mineral's supposed to pay for it in the first place.
Now, right there, spot on. Spot on. All right, I'm gonna go back just a little bit on this one. Spot on. I'm gonna address the first part of it, the suspension and everything. But yeah, he's spot on right there. Let's come back right there.
You know that the banks collapsed, right? That's when they have to suspend all of that stuff. So that means you have free light, gas, and water because the mineral's supposed to pay for it in the first place. But since they couldn't use it, they gave us the bill.
They gave us the bill. Now he said since they couldn't use it, they gave us the bill. No. Hey, you guys keep a middle know that. They didn't give us the bill because they couldn't use it. They gave us the bill through a mechanism, a mechanized structure called the Black Caucus, Voters' Rights, Indian Citizenship Act. All of these things, reconstruct, all this stuff was able to stick us with the bill. The only way they was able to stick us with the bill is they changed our identity. Remember what this guy said right here? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Oh, let's start with her. What'd she say? What'd they say? What did he say? Nope, not him. What did he say? What did he say? And then what is he saying? No. They stuck us with the bill. The only way they could stick us with the bill and make us the obligor in the matter of paying the debt for them is to put us and enfranchise us through these acts. That's the way it was done. Right? Dr. Kia, that's how it was done. They was able to put us in these statutory titles and positions, or what you call political entities of some sort, ethnicity, race, color, to get us to pay their bill. And you talked about mortgages, right? Dr. Kia, you guys talking about mortgages. What do you think is the situation you're talking about in a regular mortgage? When you get a so-called home mortgage loan to purchase a house, it's paid for. You close escrow. You get a grant deed from the previous owner saying, giving you colorable title on the land in which you are a steward of. What you then do is you take that information. Now the servicer of the home mortgage loan, which is the so-called bank, comes in and gives you a repurchase agreement that you agree to, i.e., or also known as a security agreement. a trust agreement. And you take that trust agreement and then you transfer all rights and title over to them and give them tenancy on or tenements on your land. And allow them to encumber that, insure it as well. That's what happens. It's the switcheroo. Three card Monte. Move it around. Right? So, what you're saying is proper, right? What you're saying is actually proper, very proper. But the other thing is that, hey, they was renting anyway. They got tenements, they got ceded land, they got gifts, they got this, they got grants, they got everything, granting, all that stuff. 501c3. You get a grant. Where you get it from? Who disposes of the grant? Right? Land grants, how does that come? By what? How are you able to get a grant? You got to establish what? Right? You got to establish some things in order to do it. But what we keep thinking is that our people did not have that power. That's the problem. They think we didn't have that power. Everybody is under the assumption, because it's not a fact, it's an assumption because nobody actually proved it. Everybody's just been saying it and everybody is regurgitating it. Nobody can prove that these people actually created these documents, these doctrines, these trusts, these treaties, these contracts, this whole system, statutory, codified, otherwise. Nobody knows if it's still been here or, well, not still been here, but it was here before. There's a lot of different angles to go off of. But nobody knows. I don't understand why people act like they know. Now, I know in New York, they say you better act like you know. Well, that's good. Very good. Very good. Now, this is my last one. Hold on. It's my last one. You know, this is my partner. My homegirl Jessica out there in Chicago doing what she normally do. Let me put the link in the chat. You guys got 10 minutes to get up here. If not, this is Monday night quarterbacking. We ain't gonna do too much of nothing. I ain't doing no teaching today. I'm just gonna sit here and just Monday night quarterback these people. I'm gonna sit there and analyze. I'm looking at film right now. I'm gonna break them all the way down. And then we're gonna see what it do for the rest of the week. But I guarantee you what, nobody's gonna come up here. Nobody to want to talk about. Why? Man, don't tell me this is your only source of income. Please, don't tell me. That'd be very disappointing. That'd just be very disappointing. You know, I gotta put my little there you go. Let me go and pin it to the top. There you go. Let me pin it to the top. Pin message. There you go. All right. Let's go and see what my sister's talking about. It's gonna put that nice little stamp on it. You know, it's gonna put that little stamp on it. That nice little stamp. Mm-hmm. See that right behind me, right? Yeah, you better stay focused. Pay attention. All right. All right. Hold on. Buckle up. Buckle up. Buckle up, y'all. Buckle up. Hold on. Let me close this window. Close this shade right here. There we go. I can see better now. There we go.
Please begin.
The reality is this. Black people's voting is not in danger, and you know it's not. And you know it's not. I'm 63 years old. I've been voting since I was 18.
Look, I will rewind it. But when she talked like that, she talks like that. Like she talks to her children like that. Like, and when she talking, she talks like that all the time. I'm not changing up. I'm me. This is how I'm gonna talk to you. And I'm gonna put my resume on the table right now, and I'm about to talk to you like you what? And then we got this one right here. Yeah, little young cutie pie. Yeah, little cutie pie. But seriously, like for real. Like, let me rewind this real quick. Let me take it all the way back and let's go.
The reality is this. Black people's voting is not in danger, and you know it's not. And you know it's not. I'm 63 years old. I've been voting since I was 18. I have never had a problem voting. Now, that may apply to my mother and father. It applies to my grandparents. Surely it does. And in fact, because it does, every single person in this room, including that Jewish lady that just got up and talked, need to really be thanking us.
I'm talking about including that Jewish lady. Yeah, I can show you a definition of what a Jewess is. Jewess. Better talk about it, Jess.
Really need to be thanking us for giving y'all the right to vote, for giving y'all the right to be here, instead of sitting up here manipulating the Voting Rights Act like something's getting ready to happen to our right to vote, when you know that's not true. So now you all gonna drag Black people in here, definitely some senior citizens, and gonna have them come up here and talk about how they scared to vote, how this messed up their right to vote, women need to vote, all that junk, when you know it's not true. Just like you sit up here and make like Black people can't get IDs. Us requiring IDs to vote, it's gonna stop Black people from voting. Why Black people ain't got IDs? See, you all get more and more ridiculous. But you can't, in this room full of these Black people, talk about that federal case that just got filed Monday that's talking about how you all are stealing property at Cook County sales.
Check. What?
That just got
ain't
gonna
talk about that, huh? We ain't gonna talk about that, huh? We gonna talk about them votings, huh? We ain't gonna talk about this though.
Black people, talk about that federal case that just got filed Monday.
Hold on. Let's blow it up just a little bit. Cook County liable for property tax sale violation, judge rules. Uh-oh. They don't want to talk about that though. Do that. What do you say? You know they done fucked up now, right? You said 11. I thought it was 12. It was 11 o'clock. What the other guy say? You heard what I said. You know what it is. Don't you, boy? Don't you? They don't want to talk about that. Let me read this. Since 2020, nearly 2,500 homeowners have lost their properties and the equity in those homes after their delinquent property taxes were sold. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled those sales unconstitutional 3 years ago. if you look down here, it says Violet Miller and Nicole Janine Johnson, May 12, 2026. 3 years ago. That's 2023. And they're still doing it in 2026, 2025, 2024, 2023. They're still doing it because that's what she's dealing with. What she's dealing with is the fact that her mother has passed over 8-9 years ago, and they've been trying to take her mother's estate for that long, amongst other people. And they've been doing it in every single state. But they want to talk to you about voters, right? All this. Voters' rights gonna get us this, and voters' rights gonna okay. And she said, "I'm 60-something years old. I've been voting since I was 18." Did that help her? Did that help her? Did it? Listen, y'all better stop playing. But watch her. You guys need to watch her work. Because she worked good. She worked the crowd good. She talked. She's straight. She pointing. Yeah. No fear. No fear. And you better know it. She ain't got none fear. She's very well protected. All right.
That's talking about how you all are stealing property at Cook County sales. Where the black people in here? Raise your hand that if they told you to come in here to talk about how your property got stolen. Where you at? Huh? Because we got commissioners in here that know for a fact it's happening. Catskill, you know it's happening. Lori, you know it's happening. Michael Scott, you know it's happening. Lamont Williams, come on, you give up cases for the county. You know it's happening. Donna Miller, you know what's happening. Well, come on, y'all black people that they done sent here with these 501c3s, that they got y'all in here talking for them. Why y'all ain't in here talking about how they stealing our property?
1 minute.
Where y'all at? Come on, because y'all getting ready to come up here to this mic and lie for the cameras to say that black people's voting is done by this Louisiana thing and Donald Trump and the Trump administration, when Donald Trump is in front of the Supreme Court right now, fighting for the 14th Amendment, saying that black people, that amendment was for black people.
30 seconds.
Not for birthrights, not for people to anchor themselves over here illegally. And they got y'all black people in here getting ready to talk against him. I mean, y'all real sick up in the head. You sick in the head and more sicker in your spirit.
Now, I remember one time I had a conversation with her about that black thing, boy. She cussed me out like 90 going north. Damn near cut me off. I said, wait. Come on now. Let me show you a couple things. And boy, I had to gently send her some things. Hey, I just wanted to send you some things where I'm coming from. But she was like, boy, I ain't trying to hit none of that. We black around here. This is what we gonna have, and this is what we got, and this is what's going on, and this is how we gonna push it. I said, no problem. Yes, ma'am. But just take a look at this in the meantime. Just take a look. Apply this to what you're talking about. Suspect classification in the 14th Amendment. If you want to talk that, here you go. Take that with you. Love you. Don't cut my head off. I'm just trying to provide a little bit more concrete. You know? That's all I'm saying. We're going to listen to her again. Yep. Sure is. I just like the way she controlled the crowd. And this is what I'm saying about using these terms and these words and these adjectives and these bywords in order to make it stick in what's going on. If you want to push this on us, All right then, push it on us. This is how we're going to utilize it. Not in the way that these other people are utilizing it. Like this guy. More like this sister.
And you know it's not. And you know it's not. It's not. 63.
Jessica, please begin.
The reality is this. Black people's voting is not in danger, and you know it's not. And you know it's not. I'm 63.
You know it's not. And you know it's not. That's just like she talking to her son and her daughter and shit. She's like, you know you weren't supposed to do that. And you know you wasn't. You know you wasn't. You know what's about to happen next. But I'm going to talk to you right now. So I'm about to whoop your ass. So I'm going to talk to you. That's like a long talking to, and you sitting there like, God damn. Jeez, I didn't stop listening. I didn't heard. You know you wasn't. You know you're not. That's like ass whooping coming. It's coming. That's it.
3 years old. I've been voting since I was 18. I have never had a problem voting. Now that may apply to my mother and father. It applies to my grandparents. Surely it does. And in fact, because it does, every single person in this room, including that Jewish lady that just got up and talked, need to really be thanking us. Really need to be thanking us for getting y'all the right to vote, for getting y'all the right to be here, instead of sitting up here manipulating the Voting Rights Act like something's getting ready to happen to our right to vote. When you know.
And right there. That's how you provide substance. That's how you provide substance. Because she did it another time with them Africans. Them people up here on our dime up here. And she just hit her, the little Jewish. And she said, yeah, you need to thank us. See, that's how you provide some substance to what you're saying. You can't just be up there just willy-nilly just throwing shit out there. They're going to think you crazy. But at the end of the day, they're going to say, oh, shit, I'll be damned. I'll be damned, Susan B. Anthony. Yeah, you can't really, yeah, you really can't. All right. All right. Enough of that. Beautiful thing. None. What's going on, my brother?
Nothing, bro. Listen to the sermon. That's about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Give me my above 5, below 5.
You said what? You're below 5?
Give me
your tidings, and man, I ain't got no, I'm broke, man. Let me hold something.
No, I said
$5.
Hell no. He said that. I said, how did I do today? Above a 5 or below a 5? How did I do?
You're above 5, bro.
All right.
No, man. Get some love. You always give my brothers love, man. For real, for real.
Hey, man, look, man, those documents you sent me, I was like, damn, all right, I got to holler at y'all. How am I going to be able to present that? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm like, y'all got to make this make sense. That was good. I mean, I know a little bit about it, but you know, I just wanted to bring that up. You know what I'm saying? That was good, very good. That was powerful. You want me to bring one up or no?
What, a video?
No, what you sent me in the text message in the text.
Oh, one of them joints. Yeah, bro, because you know why I like doing that? Because I had to go deep into my file, bro. It's like 2018 joint. I thought I lost it. So remember Dropbox? You have, man, I lost all my files on the Dropbox, bro. Oh my God. I'm glad I had backups though, but I had them on my phone, but I found them. So when you send them to people, I can go back and look at our old messages. It's like a file when you text people the information. I use them like for a folder. So when I send y'all stuff, that's like, yeah, I got it in my files now. That's like your text is like a file, another file. Even though I got it somewhere else, it's like another backup. So a lot of that stuff is like important stuff, man, that people, man, we was going in on like years ago, but it's potent. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of that stuff is good shit with the what I sent you, the McFadden joint.
Hey, you know what got me? The North Carolina thing.
Oh yeah, that's a good one right there, Jack. That's a good one.
I'm about to pull it up.
That's a good one.
That is
but now you see why, like you see why we don't like certain niggas. We don't really pay these dudes no attention because we like, yo, we got so much shit, bro. It's like we know what we talking about, bro. We got all the sources, all of the papers on this shit. Like prima facie. I mean, not no bullshit. You know what I mean? Wikipedia shit. You know what I mean? Like we got the documents. I ain't no Wikipedia joint right there. You feel me? You ain't gonna be able to find that, man. I guarantee you go on motherfucking Google, you ain't gonna be able to find it.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna be able to find that joint no more, bro.
Where's that thing? Oh, there you go. Right.
That's why I'm glad I saved it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, yeah, I heard. I missed the beginning. I don't know. I missed the beginning of your joint. You was going in on Michael Jordan and shit, yo. That's when I first got on.
Oh yeah, no, I was Dominique Wilkins. So you know, I played the human highlight. You know, the human highlight reel, Dominique. I said, if it wasn't for Mike, Dominique would be the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Dominique just ain't had that. He didn't have that. That mid-range, he didn't get better. He was just always that Dunkenstein, dunk on you and shit. You know what I mean? He was just so tall, yo. Remember his brother played too.
Yeah, Gerald.
Yeah, Gerald Wilkins. Yeah, he was nice too. They actually came up. My aunt knew them. They came up in Baltimore in the projects where I'm from, O'Donnell Heights. But that was like before my time. But my aunt knew them, and their mother moved them out the projects, and I forgot where they went. I think to Georgia or something like that. She got him out of that environment and shit, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad in O'Donnell Heights and shit. People always, we was there, motherfucking, before the drugs and all that shit, nigga. We was all family down that motherfucker. But yeah, Mike is. I say Mike is the greatest, like far as skill level, bro. Like where this nigga just Mike didn't have no weaknesses. You feel me?
Zero.
Yeah, he had no weaknesses. Like you couldn't stop. Like you can't make him go. You know how some people you can make them go left. Some dudes you gotta you know you bump them a little bit. You get a little aggressive with them. Some people you can say, oh man, I let him. You can go ahead at that mid range. I'll take my chance on that. No, he be hitting them shits. You can't do nothing with him.
Can't do nothing with him.
He had no weaknesses, none at all.
See, this is what a lot of people thought when he got to the league, that he was just a dunker. He was just one guy. No, that dude had a jump shot. Remember, he hit that 18 footer to beat Georgetown.
Right.
On the kick, he caught that thing squared up, hit that jumper, bam, game over. Jeez. Like, come on now. Like that dude was unstoppable.
Yeah, you couldn't do nothing with him, bro. Like all you could do is hope that he missed. And what you had to do was you had to match his energy, but it was almost like only person that I think had Jordan, like I say was the best person defender with Joe Dumars. But that was because Dumars, you know what Joe Dumars said? And he was right. You know what Michael Jordan's big weakness was? You had to kill him with kindness, bro.
Exactly. Don't get his attention.
Yeah, bro. It's like, oh man, nice. You know how something you be like, nice shot, man. Oh man, you doing your thing out. You know what I mean? You had to be cool with him.
Yeah.
And Mike could kind of ease off. You know what I mean? Some people be like, oh man, I can't really embarrass this dude too much, man. He a good dude. You start talking shit to him, oh my goodness, bro. It's over with, bro. You start talking shit to niggas. it's over with, bro. That's how he is, yo. That's why I said these motherfuckers in trouble. That's what happened to the motherfuckers. Niggas start coming over here talking shit to us. You feel me? Come from Africa and shit. You feel me? Them niggas start talking shit to us, coming over here, talking about we ain't shit, talking, you know what I mean? Ain't disrespecting us. We like, oh, okay. We gonna see why the fuck y'all niggas disrespecting us and shit. Watch this. Y'all niggas getting all fucked up now around the world, bro. Just for talking shit. You feel me? Disrespecting us and shit. So just be nice.
That's it. I mean, they weren't even on our radar type shit. Then they went to acting like they was. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, all that. Fucking with us and shit, bro. We weren't fucking with us. We was helping y'all niggas out. Now all of a sudden y'all going to start talking shit about us. Oh, okay. Watch this. We're gonna start fucking y'all up. For real.
Now,
y'all all this motherfucking mouth.
Yeah, I will say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I was a Sixer fan.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah.
I was a Dr. J. Really, I was a Dr. J fan. Bo Cheeks, Andrew, Tony. I can tell you the whole damn roster. And you know,
Moses Malone was on that team though when they won the championship, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't there in the beginning. They wouldn't picked him up because remember we had Caldwell Jones and all that, and they just needed somebody. They needed somebody to go against Bill Walton and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And they knew that Bill Walton and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, every center was scared of Moses Malone. You know, they called him the man child.
Yeah.
And they needed that guy to go to war with Kareem. Like Kareem is I would say outside of Michael Jordan, Kareem is the best all time. He is the best. Like that dude was hard. Like hard. I mean, who can say that I put 50 on Wilt Chamberlain? I did. Kareem did. You know what I'm saying? He used to go to war with Will. Will had all the utmost respect. But I would just say, like Dominique, his two problems with me was this. He could not do nothing with Larry Bird. He couldn't play defense.
No, he played defense.
Yeah, he couldn't play defense. Larry Bird torched his ass. Boy, I used to be like, damn. You know what I'm saying? But he just was one of them guys. But he taught me how to shoot the ball off the glass. I mean, you remember back in the day, he got that ball in the corner. He's shooting everything off the glass.
Oh, Bird, yeah. They had
no. Dominique used to shoot that thing off the glass easy. Boy, he couldn't shoot it straight forward, but he sure did come off that elbow and shoot that thing off the glass. He was good at that. And
that's really how you're supposed to shoot when you shoot from the side on the angle. You're supposed to hit the backboard. That's a guaranteed hit. Once you hit that line, the side of the line, boom, that ball going right in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they don't teach that no more, bro. You supposed to hit that backboard. That's guaranteed going in.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I mastered that shit off, and it looks clean and pure though. It looks sweet.
Yeah.
Putting that shit off the glass. I was like, damn, how you do that? Man, I used to sit outside and I used to just throw everything off the side of that glass, trying to hit that elbow. Then once coach saw me one time, he was like, hey, aim for the top corner.
That line.
That box. Yeah.
Yep.
The top corner of that square. Yeah, it's going in.
Right. Yeah, you put that touch on it, boom, that shit going in every time.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I got that. Okay, well, I got that thing up there, but yeah, let's Nadi's in the building. J Dub is in the building. What's up, brother?
Yo, what's going on?
Nah, what's up, bro?
Whoa.
All right, bro. Cooling off.
Yeah, what'd I get? Did I get above a 5 or below a 5, Nadi?
Yeah, right.
I already know what you're gonna say. He said I got it below a 5. What are you gonna do me like that again?
Yeah. below a 5.
Hey, I got those. I was able to get those things y'all sent me, and I got those things. I converted them to a PDF so I can pull them up here, so y'all can we can talk about that. Y'all want, but we don't. But my thing is, I want to talk about that North Carolina thing that Nunn sent me. That was wow. I was like, wait a minute. That got my attention right there. I think that'd be something that I think we can work with a little bit.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll be right back, y'all. I'm still staying on. I gotta make a phone call. I ain't gonna be here.
All right. What's up, J-Dub?
All good, all good. Can you hear me?
Yep. Loud and clear.
All right.
All right, let me bring this thing up real quick. This thing was wow. I was like, damn. I gotta check this out. I'm gonna read this. We on Monday, so we ain't gonna get too much into anything because it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. I just had to figure out how I'm gonna get this cross, and then we can spread it out over a period of this week. All right. So look, this right here is from the North Carolina American Republic Resource Library. It says right here, North Carolina surrender letter. All right. Now, if you look over here to the side, I'm going to blow this up a little bit over to the right. This is in Raleigh, State of North Carolina, Executive Department, Raleigh, July 1st, 1868. Now, remember we was talking about the other day, 1868. I think Nadi mentioned 1868 as well. We also had treaties during that time in 1868. We had you had the first Civil Rights Act, and later came Reconstruction. You had 14th Amendment, all these different things coming into place, right? Remember, 1868, we're talking about after the Civil War. More importantly, then you had the 13th Amendment, then you had an adjusted 13th Amendment, and then you had what you consider to be the Emancipation Proclamation. All right. So the reason why I'm saying that is because everybody that is pushing this conversation today is focusing on civil rights, right? The actual freeing of slaves, all right? The freeing of slaves. All right, let's read. Hold on, let me check, see if anybody in the back. Nope. I don't know if y'all saw. Hold on, I don't know if y'all saw what Chief I Am put in there. He said, what'd he say? He said something. He said, I knew you was going to be playing this whack job. I don't know who the whack job is. This was at 3:40. And it's now 4:18, so I don't know who that is. All right.
I believe you're talking about Rob Hayes.
Oh, Rod Hayes, whack job. Man, Rod Hayes is not a whack job. Rod Hayes, he studied just like us, man. And he's given his interpretation of it. So lay off the brother. Critique him just like I did. You know what I'm saying? Constructive. It's cool. All right, so this is the letter of surrender. Where's my mouse at? All right. This is the letter of surrender. Where is my mouse? Man, there we go. This is the letter of surrender written by Governor Jonathan Worth to Governor W.W. Holden after being informed of the military's intent to execute General Order 120. The letter includes an excerpt of General Order 120 and Governor Worth's protest to the actions intended. Text of the letter. Now, it says this is the letter of surrender written by Governor Jonathan Worth to Governor W.W. Holden. Surrender. Now, North Carolina is a part of the original 13 colonies, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me. But here's Governor W.W. Holden and the surrender that is the new governor, written based on the surrender of Governor Jonathan Worth. Boy, you learn something new every day. All right. So look, it says, sir, yesterday morning I was verbally notified by Chief Justice Pearson that in obedience, excuse me, to this is gonna choke. This is choking me up already. Hold on. Let me clear my throat. That in obedience to a telegram, I was verbally notified by Chief Justice Pearson that in obedience to a telegram from General Canby, he would today at 10 a.m. administer to you the oaths required preliminary to your entering upon the discharge of the duties of civil governor of the state. The discharge of the duties of civil governor of the state. And that thereupon you would demand possession of my office. Whew. Hey, man. Now, this is Governor W.W. Holden, Raleigh, North Carolina. Sir, yesterday, I was verbally notified by Chief Justice Pearson that in obedience to a telegram from General Canby, he would today at 10 a.m. administer to you the oaths required preliminary to your entering upon the discharge of the duties of civil governor of the state, and that thereupon you would demand possession of my office. I intimated to the judge my opinion that such proceeding was premature even under the Reconstruction legislation of Congress, and that I should probably decline to surrender the office to you. At sundown yesterday, even I received from Colonel Williams, commandant of this military post, an extract from the General Orders number 120 of General Canby as follows. Headquarters, 2nd Military District, Charleston, South Carolina, 3 OIT 68, General Orders number 120, extract to facilitate the organization. To facilitate the organization of the new state government. The following appointments are made. To be governor of North Carolina, W.W. Holden, governor-elect by Jonathan Worth. Removed to be lieutenant governor-elect of North Carolina, Todd R. Caldwell, lieutenant governor-elect, to fill our original vacancy, to take effect July 1st, 1868, on the meeting of the General Assembly of North Carolina. I'm going to stop right there. nonetheless isn't up here at this point in time. He had a phone call. Is
No,
he
I'm
back?
I'm back.
Perfect. All right, man. Talk to me, man. What we got going on here?
All right. So now you're saying this happened, and then after this happened, that's when you started seeing Reconstruction. So you see, that was in 1868. This was after the Assembly or Congress walked out of Congress. So now they're under this all ties into the Libra codes. Now they under military occupation, and we've been under this occupation since then. But this is just the one evidence that we have. But this happened to all of the states. This letter, right? So
Okay. Okay, none. Okay, none.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's just focus on this right here because I'm sitting in my desk and I'm taking notes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going off based on what I know and what I just read. Surrender. The key word surrender. And I got isness put up in there too. What that mean? You know, people will need to know, like, what does that mean in regards to using
the Republic?
You said they walked out, right? You said they walked out.
Right.
They weren't carried out though, none. They walked out.
because they was under just because it was under protest because of the 14th Amendment. See, they knew people then knew what they was trying to do, what this foreign occupation was trying to do. They were trying to bring citizens and usurp the nations that was already in the that was already on the land.
Thank you. Now, contrary to what people believe, because you got all these Negroes out here screaming and hollering about this Voting Rights Act, that people didn't know at that time what they was doing. That the original people here, the brothers and sisters here at that time did not know what was going on. You see what I'm saying? That's the shit they try to throw. Like,
yeah, they didn't know.
Nobody knew shit. Like, hey, the next thing you know, this is what happened. Now, surrender though. Surrender. Let's focus on surrender.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I hear somebody. Who's that? It sounds like an echo.
That's not.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Nadi.
But hold on, Nadi. Surrender. I need that clarified. But you said they walked out, but then in here it's saying that you want me to surrender something. What? Can we make that?
Yo, it's just what it says. That means, nigga, you either leave out or we gonna motherfucking smack. We gonna take you out. You either do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way.
Right.
That's how they was coming. They straight Bogart. They took the block from them.
Okay.
Like, nigga, y'all either leave or y'all ain't gonna be living no more.
I got you. Now, not you
What's
said
so hard about that?
No, I mean, no, it's hard for a lot of people. No, I'm just saying. I got thick skin, so it's hard for a lot of people. Real talk.
It mean just what it say, bro.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot of people, you see how people misinterpret shit though? They would actually take that to mean something that it ain't, and they gonna turn it into a whole emotional.
No, bro. No, hold on. Hey, Aton, look. Once you get to a certain point, don't overthink it. It's just they gangsters at the end of the day. You gotta know these people is gangsters. You feel me? They gangsters. They straight on some street shit. So when y'all think these people are like sophisticated, they're intellectuals. No, they some straight gangster, thug, devil, Satanist, motherfucker. You move out the way. We don't care. We gotta kill our own mother. These people are diabolical.
Talk about it.
On some real. They don't care nothing about nobody.
Talk about it.
You feel me? But they will try to deceive you though, because they know that once we, the people of the land, we family over, so we gonna protect. Once you start messing with us too much, we gonna smash them. So they gotta suppress it somewhat and leave little clues so we don't figure it out. Because once we figure out what they did to our peoples, oh, it's over with them. That's why they coded they. But some stuff like this, oh, it's straightforward. That's straightforward, right? You ain't gotta overthink it. You feel me? So you gotta recognize what's was right there in front of your face, and some stuff that's not. But this right here is right in front of your face. There ain't no thinking about this one. You already know they on some gangster stuff right there.
That's right.
So
Naughty.
recognize that. Go ahead, bro.
Naughty. You said they didn't know. Who didn't know?
Yo,
You said they didn't know.
people didn't know.
The
Nah.
people. People didn't know?
Nah.
Mm.
People didn't know shit. They just went out and consented and added themselves to the United States. They didn't know that. They didn't know what was going on. If you're reading it correctly, if my ears playing good for me, North Carolina is just the entity, but the title is being held by WW Holding Company.
No, WW Holden was a name. It was HOLDEN. This was a name.
And who is that? Go run that whole script again. That didn't sound right.
Yeah, this was a guy that had to give up the seat. So right here, it says this WWW Holden, Raleigh, North Carolina. This is what he's saying. He's July 1st. He said, yesterday morning, I was verbally notified by Chief Justice Pearson that in obedience to a telegram from General Canby, he would today at 10 a.m. administer to you. So he's talking to somebody, to you. So whoever he's talking to at this time, oaths, and I think he's talking to, because it's saying right here, this is the letter of surrender written by Governor Jonathan Worth to Governor W.W. Holden. Okay, so this is Jonathan Worth talking to Governor Holden. So he's actually addressing Governor W.W. Holden in Raleigh, North Carolina. So this is Worth saying to Holden. Yesterday morning, so I can clarify that, Nadi. Yesterday morning, I was verbally notified by Chief Justice Pearson that in obedience to a telegram from General Canby, he would today at 10 a.m. administer to you the oaths required preliminary to your entering upon the discharge of the duties of civil governor. And they got civil underlined. Civil governor of the state, and that thereupon you would demand possession of my office. That's the first paragraph. I think that's good enough right there, right? Clarity?
Who is you would demand the holding of my office?
Yeah, this is Governor Jonathan Worth. At the time of 1868, before 1868, Jonathan Worth was the governor of North Carolina. And W.W. Holden is the one that General Canby is said to him in a telegraph.
Hey,
you know what I mean? Through notified by Chief Justice.
Hey, Tom, if you finish reading it, it's going to give some more clarification, because he gonna say in there that he's under bayonet. They got the bayonet up to that nigga body.
Okay, let's go down a little bit.
Yeah, look, keep reading it, bro, because you gotta finish it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some foundation, because I'm trying to figure out, just like Nadi was saying, who's the I and who's the you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of confusing. You know, when I read
it's
stuff
not that long anyway. It's only a one-page document, so you can read the rest of it.
Okay, so it says, I do not recognize the validity of the late election under which you and those cooperating with you claim to be invested with the civil government. And they got civil in the capital C and they got government in capital G, like this is something else. With the civil government of the state, you have no evidence of your election, save the certificate of a major general of the United States Army. I regard all of you as, in effect, appointees of the military power of the United States, and not as deriving your powers from the consent of those who you claim to govern. Knowing, however, that you are backed by military force here, which I could not resist if I would, I do not deem it necessary to offer a futile opposition, but vacate the office without the ceremony of actual eviction, offering no further opposition than this, my protest. Okay, that's what you're saying right there. He's saying futile opposition. Is that what you're saying, None? Is in that futile opposition, he's saying, I do not deem it necessary to offer a futile opposition. So if I oppose with aggression, yeah, I'm out of here. Is that what you're saying? Hold on.
Who you talking to, me or Naughty?
I'm talking to you, None.
Oh, I thought you said Naughty. Yeah. That's what I said. Keep reading it. He gonna explain the whole thing.
Well, he said right here, I could not resist.
Yeah.
If I would, I do not deem it necessary to offer a futile position. Futile means if I oppose in a certain type of way, I'm out of here.
Yep,
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Okay.
but it's going. If you keep going, you're gonna say they holding the gun up to him.
I will submit to actual expulsion in order to bring before the Supreme Court of the United States the question as to the constitutionality of the legislation under which you claim to be the rightful governor of the state. If the past action of that tribunal furnished any hope of a speedy trial, I surrender the office to you under what I deem military duress without stopping as the occasion would well justify. To comment upon the singular coincidence that the present state government is surrendered as without legality to him whose home official sanction but 3 years ago declared it valid. That's it right there.
Okay.
But yeah, pretty much right there, it pretty much said, futile. If I try to oppose it, I got to do it through the legal ways. But but basically, they do got me right there pinned, and I can't say nothing right now. But I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. I'm going to bounce. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bounce.
So with that, hold up. So now, when you see a letter like that, you know that they're forcing him to write that. You feel me? So you got to picture this. They in his office right now with all those guns to him, telling you better write this letter of surrender because he's telling you it's under duress.
Verbally.
Yes.
Yeah, he said verbally he got the information.
Right.
Yeah.
So they forcing him to write that, bro, and put that on a record.
Right.
Under duress. So that means they got the guns in there on him. You feel me?
Right. Yeah. He's the futile. Futile says it right there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Futile. Now,
but tell me this.
Yep.
Okay.
How is all these people saying that the U.S., that the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines belong to them when that's who going around putting down martial law and taking away the land from the people? Motherfucker gonna say they created that.
right. Okay. So let me play the opposition on this. Let me play the friendly opposition. That at some point in time, within these treaties, within these amendments, and what was done during that time, especially the changing of the 13th Amendment and then the adding of the 14th, 15th, and 16th Amendment, that they was able somehow to gain control of the army, of the military, through people that they actually was able to plant in there to be able to do that. That's what I was saying. Because that army, that military did belong on American soil. So that means they had to get...
No, it didn't, bro. That's the U.S. Army. That's the U.S. Marines. Why we keep confusing the U.S. with America is the problem.
Okay,
we're not
so...
separate. We're not seeing that that's not our shit.
But, okay.
It wasn't for us. It wasn't to govern us. It's not our shit.
I got it. But what I'm saying is that at a certain point in time, in order for them to gain an advantage, right? In order for them to gain an advantage, even have a military at that time, it had to be fully funded somehow because they was brand new. The 13 United States, you're talking about brand new shit. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it isn't ours, but at the same time, it was one that was developed over time. You're talking about militias, right? These
Bro,
militias that
your
were formed.
United States was developed by the Plymouth, the Dutch, and the goddamn Philadelphia company or the Virginia company. It was a Philadelphia company. These they came with bread because they was already in trading companies trading overseas already. They had bread. They brought in their own security service to protect their goods.
Mm-hmm.
Internationally. Okay. This is why the armed forces are not allowed to come on U.S. soil, fucking around on domestic soil, because they're international authorized only, bro. They're not from here. They're not of here. I don't know why we keep thinking that the United States is beneficiary to America. It's not. It came and stole the name and the identity and worked in business as is, or as of. That's it. And we keep throwing this shit in our hair like the chemicals mix. Bro, this shit don't mix. You either on that side of the table or you're not. Playing on that side of the table, you playing with a mask on your face. The mask say USA, but underneath your breath, underneath the mask, you saying America. But the whole face of the industry is the United States, bro. It ain't got shit to do with America. They'll rob the land. They'll kill the people on the land. And they showed you that already. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck.
Well, they really mercenaries. The United States is muscle for hire. So whoever got the most money, keep it real. Whoever got the most money is the United States is going to protect them. You know what I mean?
The most resources for money creation.
Yeah, they gangsters for hire. They hitman for hires, bro.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what United States is. So we get our shit together, we can hire them. You know what I mean? They're gonna be on our side, but don't get it twisted. Like if Iran or China come, just like the UK, United States military is a hitman for the EU. That's what the beef is about now.
Bro, ever since they came in the door, it's been an international thing from jump.
Yeah, they the muscle.
Internationally, only thing they did for this America, for the land, is built roads for them to travel up and down to move their merchandise. Storehouses to move their merchandise. That's why they only got claim for things built on over the ground. They don't have claims for the ground itself, for the soil itself.
But see, the whole thing is, what they did was, this happened with Thomas Jefferson, right? Me and Lieber talking about this years ago. We was up there building on this situation. Is that they didn't have to come on the land, but people don't realize is that, okay, nigga, y'all got the inland, y'all niggas got the inland on lock. We ain't got coming on to the land into America. All we gonna do is cut off y'all trade routes. So what Thomas Jefferson do? He took West Point. West Point is at the northern part up there where you can't get to the Great Lakes or the Mississippi River. Can't no trade come through there. So what they do? They're like, all right, we're gonna take the upper part of the trade route, and then we're gonna take down in the lower part. What do he do? Louisiana. They took West Point and Louisiana. They cut off the trade route. So we couldn't get no shit through the United States without these foreigners' permission. Hold up, niggas, ain't that the same thing Trump doing right now? With the Straits of Hormuz? He ain't got going to the land. What he doing? He's cutting off the trade route. Same fucking thing they did to us when they took West Point. And they had all those fucking colonies on the Hudson Bay, up in Canada. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what they doing. It was all commercial. So now what they do? They force motherfuckers to make a deal. What Trump doing right now? Make a deal. Nigga, this is the same. It's
Look at
almost
the time when they came in.
Go ahead, Nadi.
I'm gonna say, look at the time when they came and killed off the buffaloes on the land.
Right.
Think they gave a fuck about the land and how it's terraformed and the buffaloes are needed to keep goddamn the life cycle going on the land?
Yeah, bro. Bro,
look how they come and do the bald eagle. Where you think they sold all this shit? They sold all this shit overseas, bro. And then ain't want nobody buying buffalo skin from America, cause we seen buffalo all day. We don't give a fuck about no buffalo skin. We didn't give a fuck about no bald eagle. We didn't give a fuck about that. We knew that was part of the land. And it helped terraform the land. They came and took the motherfucking shit, killed off everything, and traded it off. You think they give a fuck about America, bro? Then look at they Reagan economics. How they done went all overseas, investing their dollars and their money and their network to come back to take from the land even more. Come on, bro. Don't give a fuck. The United States don't give a fuck about America.
Right. They here to devour the land. That's their doctrine. But I think people just gotta realize what's really going on, bro. That's all. And it's not just one way, bro. They didn't do it just one. I think people think it's just one way they took over. But when you keep your mind on the commercial aspect, then you start to get it. It's all business, bro. It's all business. It's not nothing else.
All white man come up under one banner, the USA.
Yep, that one business banner, bro.
That one business banner.
Right. And if it don't, and they use their military because that's how they existed. They all existed from military. Yep. They was mercenaries.
Yep. War.
Yeah, the Moors was using them as mercenaries, as what's they called, Janissaries and all them. They was the original, the Costrados and all that shit. They was using them to go in, fuck people up, and then these wild men. They was wild men. These hairy ass, dirty ass wild men going up in people's shit, fucking it up. But they just learned business.
All right, so look, I hear the passion, Nadi. Yeah, very good. No. All right, listen. I'm gonna be opposition to this. We ain't gonna ride the trolley together. I gotta be opposition. We talking about 1868, right? We talking about the Civil War. We talking about everything that we've been taught going all the way back, and what's they continuing to teach right today. So we're talking about at least.
My fault. That was Andrew Jackson out saying took West Point. I'm saying, what I say, Thomas Jefferson. My fault.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of that. Yeah, it's Andrew Jackson. My fault. Go ahead.
So you look at it from, let's just say at least, let's say 60 years, right? Let's say 60 years. So that's 1966, right? Let's just say 60 years. The whole civil rights being remixed, right? We got a whole little thing. So everybody's been talking about the 14th Amendment, slaves being freed, coming up another 10 years later, then you got Roots. Nobody knows Roots until Roots. I mean, we have all these different aspects of things going on. Now, 1868, 100 years prior to the 1968 Civil Rights Act, the last one they put in place. How, per se, in North Carolina, and then, if in North Carolina being part of the 13 colonies of the Union. Now, the 13 colonies of the Union. And on top of that, they saying that the North beat the South was supposed to be the Confederate states that dealt with slavery. What are we talking about here, brother? You got to make this make sense for the people. That if you're talking about them saying that the Emancipation Proclamation, Juneteenth, freeing the slaves, civil rights, all these different things, and so on and so forth, and then this is the Union, but then at the same time you have an occupation and pretty much a military takeover of one of the 13 colonies. Make that make sense, bro. That shit didn't have to do with the South. It had nothing to do with none of that. Right? The South succeeded. Make that make sense, man. I'm not convinced just yet. See if you can make it top. You got it.
When you're under the side of the republic, and now the democracy is coming through, you have no choice but to format, because your republic is no longer under observation or under representation. Your republic, the republic people have being identified a occupation of territory.
Hello?
Not in politics. Yeah.
Hey, change locations. Now you breaking up.
The U.S. Army comes put you on the party. I'm in the country now, oh bad.
All right, you sound better now. Yeah, go ahead.
I think he said in the car though. He's gonna be going in and out.
Okay.
All right. But what you were saying, Aton? You
Your
losing
turn.
me, bro.
Your turn.
No, you lost me, bro. What you were talking about?
Well, how I lose you on that one? I mean, I'm just saying I got to be opposition. Right?
No, you said the colony something.
I said, look, North Carolina was part of the original 13 colonies, correct? Yes. All right. So you're talking about a hostile takeover, a military takeover of one of the 13 colonies, but they're saying that the North beat the South. The South succeeded. The North beat the South. The North then is supposed to be freeing slaves, but we know Abraham Lincoln said, if I could have did this without freeing one slaves, I wouldn't. So you got to make this make sense. I mean, based on what Nadi's saying, what you saying as well, is that you're coming from an angle where the history is contrary to what you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, that's why you got to get into who these people were and what they're actually a part of, what societies they're not who they say they are, too. You know what I mean? That's another part that people got to understand. These people are not who they say they are. These people are a part of certain societies. They come from Freemasonry. They Scottish Rite. These people have like almost like the CIA. You know what I mean? Mentality. These people are about secrets. You know what I'm saying? So you got to look at their actions and what they're doing, and then recognize what type of operation that they're under. So right there, they gave you a clue right there. They're taking it by force, which is a military occupational government.
All right. So, well, we know there's spies. Historically, there's been spies all over the place. There's been double agents, all different types of things. You can read that in the Bible. But under the circumstances, right? Under the circumstances, I want to stay with education, and this is where the voter rights and civil rights and all that stuff plays a picture, because we got people that look something like us screaming to the highest of the ceiling about this Voter Rights Act and how it's going to put us in a position that's going to put us back into Jim Crow and move us out and so on and so forth. Now, if there is a hostile takeover, military takeover of one of the 13 colonies, and really that hostile takeover came from South Carolina, if I was reading it correctly. That came out of South Carolina and took over North Carolina. Maybe that's probably why North and South Carolina don't like each other too much today. But if that's the case, then mainly, and then what you just said, like people don't know who's who. So was some of these original, the soon to be 13 colonies ran by indigenous mainland people, or was these ran by foreigners? Who was in control? Where they had to have a military takeover and change out, because in what is said in there is said right here up top, civil government. Like there's a, you claim to be invested with the civil government of the state. So the civil government, it said it took over another government, right? And then he was going to challenge the constitutionality of it as well. So, but Darvis, it was not a corporate takeover. This was a civil, meaning that this was Article 1. Article 1 took over everything. Now, Article 1
there you go, bro. Yeah, there you go.
I was waiting for y'all to tell me that.
Right, but see, you say, you know what I mean? Okay. That's because of what? Now you got to know this, right?
Come up here, Darvis. You North Carolina,
Look,
South Carolina.
Here's what the thing is. They took their barristers, because remember, before that, lawyers was banned from over here. Those barristers was banned from over here, right? And you notice after this, you start getting these fucking barristers over in the United States representing the people.
Now we get
these esquires, right?
God damn, I had to get that out of y'all. That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay, so now, so because why? They was over in Parliament trying to find a loophole in the Constitution, and they finally found one.
Right.
They found the loop. They found the weakness in it, because the Constitution does have it has a very bad weakness in it. That weakness is, what's that? Article 1, Section 8, Clause 10 or 17? Clause 17. Well, I think that's 17, where Congress has what? Jurisdiction over commerce. Right?
Right.
So if Congress, they was like, oh, if they're representative, they got jurisdiction over commerce, we're going to make everything commercial.
Right.
Including the people.
Okay, real quick sidebar. The old dude said to free the Slavs. No, it was not to free the Slavs. This Slav shit got to stop, man. This shit got to stop.
No, the Slavs already had. Look, the Slavs already had their jurisdiction usurped by the Catholic Church.
That's right. And the bottom line is, they want to act like the Slavs is pale skin. See, the Slav shit is all based on pale skin shit, nah. See, a lot of people don't know that what the Caucasian people are, where they were and where they were located, and what they actually look like. You're talking from a whole different group of people. Those Slavs come from somewhere. They don't look like what you think they are. Oh, dude. Y'all need to get off of that shit, and I'm willing to debate that shit.
That's a deep subject that I think a lot of people are not ready for, bro.
Yeah, I'm ready to debate that. I'm ready.
Because there's a lot of stuff that is important information, but it's not. I think that by people not knowing other things, they're not going to be ready for that whole situation with the Slavs, and how a lot of stuff that we're dealing with is because of the Slavic people.
Exactly. And that right there is like,
yeah, that's a deep subject.
People want to hang on to something and to make it seem like it's actually I guess a form of superiority type shit.
Like it don't have, we make it like they ain't got nothing to do with us. You know what I mean? Type of situation, and it does.
Right.
And it's not that it's not that it's our fault, but you got to understand this. It may not be your fault right now, but you got to understand your people had a hand in these Slavic people coming over here too.
This
But
is the key thing, right? Because
yeah,
I listened to Tucker Carlson have an interview with this guy, and he said it out his mouth. His bloodline, where he come from, and he talked about they had a conversation about all the wars going back to the Revolutionary War, about the immigrant issue, about these people they was bringing up over here.
Yeah.
He said that's always been the issue. He's still of the thought that he goes back to the Revolutionary War. No, you don't. But the bottom line is this is what they was talking about, man. I was like, look. Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop right
deep. That's a deep subject. But yeah, you're right. But man, y'all got me thinking now. But yeah, the Slavs is something different, bro. It's not just these pale skins too, but it does have a lot to do with the Catholic Church, a lot to do with the Bible,
right.
a lot to do with the Jesuit orders, and adoptions and all this stuff, and the tribes. I mean, these people were all over.
Those councils they was doing out there, Council of Nicaea, all the councils, all them papals, they was doing them papacies. Yeah, it has to do with all that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And this is where it's like if people can actually get out their feelings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Then we can connect these books.
We can connect. That's why that's why I've been got out of my feelings and was like, yo, I'm just gonna connect it. I don't give a fuck, you know what I mean, about my feelings. The truth is the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you look at, I mean, and if I mean, the biggest thing is that Bible. The Bible got shit in it.
Yeah, bro. I ain't want to mention it, but I was like, yo, there's a lot of stuff in there that y'all not paying attention to that happened over here. See, the thing about that is the Bible, the stuff in there, it ain't happened that long ago, bro. Didn't happen that long. That's what everybody get fucked up in the head about.
They want to talk about it though. They want to run from it. They turn it into
they keep thinking that shit.
Nah,
bro, it's
conversation.
Look, I'm gonna tell you like this: the Bible's actually talking about the Dark Ages and the Renaissance and all that stuff. It happened. That's the shit. That shit was written right after King James when he was up in it. They was writing it as they was going when King Arthur and all, you know, with King. Man, I ain't even gonna go into that shit, bro. I'll put it to you like this: their whole Bible was written within the past 700 years after the fall of Spain. That's all the stuff that happened after the fall of Spain.
Bingo. Fall of Spain, right? What were we talking about? 14 what?
Right. 1492. Yeah. So 1492. After that, they recording all this stuff, but they romanticized a lot of stuff and changed the name of it and made them into cartoon characters. But a lot of those, if you look at the real history, they're talking about people in the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages and shit. That's why they call it Dark Ages.
Right. So
when they was running out and when they was running niggas out, and you had these tribes over there that was mixing, trying to create lighter people and put them as an underclass, and it backfired on them. But it didn't backfire. It was done purposely. I'm just gonna put it to you like that. Those was niggas doing that.
Right.
Creating those Slavic people with their wives and shit. They had a whole tribe. That's why you get the Jacobites and all that shit. People be thinking that those sons was trying to create niggas. No, all of them was trying to create a pale skin, a mulatto, to come over here and take our shit over.
That's right. They created a group of people that that was savages, but they needed these savages to have some type of intellect or some type of savvy type of thing where they can actually do that and then be able to mix in. And the other thing is, right, so in the in the Bible, just a reference to the Bible, when the 10 tribes supposedly was conquered by Babylon, by the Assyrians, Babylon and all that empire over there. And they actually took the scribes, right? When they actually beat them up, and Judah and Benjamin wouldn't go help. They said, y'all young. Y'all already didn't mix in. You did. Watch what's about to happen to you. And that's what happened to them. And then they took the scribes. They didn't take everybody. They took the brightest of the minds over there to learn how to operate, how to do commerce, how to do all the different things. Next thing you know, they mixed in and they sent people back. And when they sent the people back, they sent people with them to oversee them. That was the same thing that was happening over here in America.
On a covert mission, yeah.
1492, when they were sending people over here, you didn't think people was coming over here watching them?
They were sending them over here as a covert type of spy. They were spying on us. That's what it was. It was a covert mission. It wasn't. It's not just. See, people think, oh, they came over here and start warring. No, nigga, they came over this motherfucker chilling like they was our people, but they were spying. They put people on our plantations as spies.
James Adair.
So when our niggas had these plantations and everything, they was getting these white slaves. Those niggas was Freemasons. They was spying on our land. They were trying to figure out how we was operating.
James Adair. James Adair spent 40 years out here. They made him not seem like a missionary, but he was a missionary. And they had the picture of him, and they drew of him. He was considered to be a brother. Now, on top of that, you deal with the movie with the movie Troy. When Aristotle and Plato and all them people, when they was racing Achilles, and they had a whole diagram of what they considered to be the promised land.
That was the Trojan horse.
They had the whole map of they said this is their military, this is how they do, boop, 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 boop. This is how they come in, this is how they function, here's their weak points. Same thing they did here in America.
No bullshit. That's those white slaves were Trojan horses.
Yeah.
That's why I said. That's why I said what I said. Like, nigga, it was way more than what you think with these Slavs, nigga. These Slavs, they was already in that slave class for hundreds, thousands of years. So they mastered how to be slaves. So they already knew through Rome how to legally get out of that shit. Right. So when they came over here, we didn't, because we wasn't operating that way. So we were thinking they was coming over here in good faith and buying into the fact that, oh, they come over here, we can have them as working on our plantation, but they were coming over here as Trojan fucking horses. You think you getting prostitutes and convicts coming over here? Yeah, that happened too, because yo, that's where that system came from though, over in England, the feudal system. You were saying who wrote that? No, that wasn't our shit. That was their shit. I know you got William Blackstone commentary.
Yeah.
Right. That's where that shit, that the CFR and all that shit came from them. They was living fucked up over in England. Matter of fact, it was illegal to be poor. If you was poor, they was shipping your ass over to the plantations.
Yeah.
As debt slaves.
Yeah. Darkness, what's up, man?
Oh, Darvis up here?
Please, man. I'm listening, man.
Hey, South Carolina, North Carolina.
What's going on with you now? What you say about North Carolina?
Did you know about that?
About what?
How they took over. How it was taken over.
At what time?
I'm about to pull it up.
Pull it back up. Darvis down there. You need to know that.
Yeah, Darvis needs to know all about that. Hold on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Bam, bam.
And by the way, you can look all these people up, bro. All the people named in this document, just pull them up. See who the fuck they is.
Right here, man. This is, hold on. I ain't got it up on the screen yet. All right, there you go right there. This letter of surrender written by Governor Jonathan Worth to Governor W.W. Holden after being informed of the military's intent to execute General Order 120. The letter includes an excerpt of General Order 120 and Governor Worth's protest. The actions intended. This is the state of North Carolina, Executive Department, Raleigh, July 1st, 1868.
Oh, yeah, of course, though.
Huh?
The war was over with. We had done lost. Everything we had going on down here when nigga was being, how can they say, how can I say it?
Yeah, take your time.
Acquired. Everything was changed. Everything was being acquired by a whole different company. That's it.
Yeah, I know you read this before, dog. Didn't you? This old.
No, I never read it before though.
Okay.
But I remember hearing about like a lot of the walkouts were going, not really walkouts. People got there not showing back up to work because the war was over with. We had done lost, and all those industries we had going on, I mean, was taken over by the union, reacquired.
Well, also they was burning down a lot of our fields too. So, you know, that was part of the war plan with Lincoln. He was burning down a lot of the plantation, a lot of the crops. So that way you couldn't rebuild. So a lot of our people was without our estates, you know what I mean, and land and making money off of the land anymore. You know what I mean? Which
But it also caused them boy to go into bankruptcy because they had the only thing came up with the bonds that showed the land. When they came up with the insurance thing, I mean, when the land burned, then you fucked. You still owe debt on these loans. A lot of people get loans and shit per year for these plantations, these big ass farms and whatnot. They got to produce a turnover a certain amount of goddamn goods to pay them shit off. First of all, they get a problem, whatever. If you're lucky, like the man said, if you're lucky, you break even. But that was just the business out there.
let me see something, bro.
A lot of people that we had came over here, we had laborers or whatnot. They were so-called goddamn, you could say freed or whatever, I mean, but really they really wasn't enslaved the way people look at slavery. They just came in, they were on the contract, had a certain amount of work to do, got paid in a certain way based on agreements. And the crown got theirs off the top. It was the crown that was giving them here.
Right. Well, that's because if they went bankrupt, once see this what I think people understand. Once you're right about what you're saying, right? But I think people don't understand how business is conducted through bonds. Once that happened, right, and they went bankrupt, now they not repaying the estates that we were on, right? So now all the commodities, whether it be turpentine, cotton, tobacco, right? Those were the three major ones, right? I think tobacco probably was top one.
Rice.
Tobacco, rice, rice, tobacco, cotton, turpentine, right? Now, because of the evergreen, you know that was used for fuel, for real. That's actually a really under talked about industry is the turpentine. So once you take those bonds away from the United States, they say, well, we ain't gotta pay these niggas back. They go now to the London. London now takes over, makes a deal with the United States to say, well, we will insure you. What do you have to offer us? Only thing they have to offer us is what they like. Okay, we got the 14th Amendment. We're gonna bring people as laborers into the District of Columbia as our workers. And now we'll get them to work, these people that no longer have their land, or these families whose children are now scattered and they need work. We're going to bring them in and use them as laborers on the land that we just acquired.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Because now they
Exactly.
ain't got to pay us back because the estates was back in the head of household, which is all the niggas that they hung. You feel me? Because they already knew the game. Our father, whoever was running that estate, knew the game already that they was running. They had the
Yeah.
knowledge of it. They didn't have a chance to pass it down because they got rid of them niggas. You feel what I'm saying? So we going around like, yeah, okay, we gonna work. We'll work. We used to this. Now we not instead of working for our family land, we're now working for the newly acquired United States citizen and their labor people.
Well, but see,
Or
a lot of the whole time, man, a lot of times, though, a lot of families were working trying to pay back debt so they can get their land back. Because a
right
lot of land we were
after,
still farming, don't get me wrong, but we lost the land.
yeah,
All right, so we back there,
because of
although
the
we
bank.
still working land, but we didn't own no more
Why? But dog, that's
because
why.
we
Because of
lost
the
it.
bankruptcy.
Yes,
Because of
because
the
of the
bank.
bankruptcy. Yeah,
Yes, thank
that
you.
what killed
And
us. Yeah,
that's what people don't understand, that they bankrupt the shit that they owed us. The
exactly.
bonds that
Everything
they
was gone. The
owed
bonds are
us.
gone.
Yeah. Hey, Doris, don't you? I know you seen. That's why on those Confederate money, what you see, niggas working on. Why would they put slaves on their money, bro? That was our fight. They saying, okay, you got our people. This the cotton. This where the cotton came from. You feel me? On the
Yeah,
Confederate money.
yeah. But
That
see,
came from your family.
yeah,
Attached to the bond that was
yeah.
already in
I was about to
that.
say, I remember we had different banks down here.
Yeah, bro. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah, yeah. We had our own bank. We printed our own
yeah,
shit.
bro. That's what I be laughing at people that be like, yo, yeah, they was slave. Yo, who gonna put a slave on that? Nigga, that was our shit. The fuck? You feel me, yo?
Word, man. No, listen, they had these banking industries, man, going on for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Before and after these so-called wars. So-called Civil War, the one of 1812, the War of Recession, and whatever you want to call that shit, the Revolutionary War.
Right.
We really had banking system going on.
Right. Because they were trying
And
to
guess
get
what?
in them.
Exactly. We were doing business with the Crown
Yeah.
already.
They were
Before they
trying to
was
get
Paul
in on
Brady,
the
we was
money.
doing business over there.
Mm-hmm. We was running the whole world, bro. We
Exactly,
was
from that area.
yes.
And we made that area so important because it was just a rock in the middle of a jet stream. If you jump in that ocean and catch that current, it'll run you straight there.
Yeah.
So much traffic came through those areas to be the main hub of
Mm-hmm.
for trade. And we was over there doing business from that hub,
Right.
controlling not just Americans, but the rest of the fucking world.
Right.
Trump came in because we had these trade things set up with other nations who also came over here and set up factories. So they can send their goods over here, receive
Mm-hmm.
them and ship them over. They was not just buying shit from us, my nigga. They was also bringing shit to sell.
Right.
Aton.
Yeah, he
Aton, you
talking
still
about the
there?
gun. Yeah. I think he stepped away, but yeah, what's up, bro? What you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him about it was about when he was talking about the post office in the 1100s, and I was wondering if he was talking about Genghis Khan's administration creating the post office. And the reason why I asked is just it seems like I had sent him a video on they found cocaine, tobacco, and marijuana in the Ramesses mummies. And all that shit grows up from America or the Americas.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the issue still goes back to that they don't, that's why they keep switching the hemisphere of where trade comes from. It's all from here. I don't want to say all, but if you're talking about
A
these
good bit
ancient
of it.
so-called,
A good bit of it.
yeah. And then you've got, so here's the funny thing though, but now it sounds like if Genghis Khan did the post office, then they say that was here too. He had an
Yeah,
empire.
I he learned everything ever deal with Preston John and boys.
All that
Remember,
was
he
here.
raised up in
So
the
it's
house of
like,
Preston John. Not really
and then you
raised up.
think,
I think he married Preston John's daughter or some shit like that.
and then you think about they always make a joke about George Washington having his snuff, where was he getting the snuff from? So it sounds like it's been the drug game for a long time. The trade routes have been about this drug game for a long time because we talking about mummies.
Man, there's properties that grow here in this land, man, that cure a lot of different sicknesses, and people use them and misused it also.
Yes. So it's going back to these maps. They got us all upside down, thinking all way to the stuff from the east when it's really from the west. And so this is really convoluted. And I was just wondering if that's what he was talking about when he was talking about the 1100 period with the post office, because I'm thinking that's Genghis Khan. They credit him with his administration. The Saracens were the ones that set that kind of stuff up.
Yeah, all the Moors do. For some reason, they can't use that term Moor, so they throw these different names on it.
Yeah, Saracens, which is more.
Yeah, Saracens. Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. But those were the ones setting all this up. So it all goes back to, the Aboriginal. And and the rest of the stuff comes later.
Exactly.
But I just was wondering if that's where because he always goes back to the 1100 period of, and I'm thinking, well, if you're talking about the post office, then you must be talking about Genghis Khan. And then that's when this was called what? Superior? This was Asia. This was India Superior.
India Superior? Yeah, it was called India Superior by the certain people. Like, I think it was the fucking people from Spain called it India Superior.
Yeah, the maps say it, though. Before the 1500s, the maps
but each one of those maps are made by certain people. Like the Spanish got their own map. The Portuguese, they usually, damn near the same people. But they got their own way of looking at things. Though you go around on the other side, the Italians got a map of the motherfucker. You got maps that people may have in Africa. You got Incas that got maps of this motherfucker. There's maps all over the place. All of them ain't quite accurate.
But this seems like when we talk about Ramesses having the dope in his body that's from the east, from the west, that sounds like this is ancient Egypt as well.
Yeah, of course. Egypt was based on a goddamn celestial body.
Yeah.
And that's the eagle, and that's right here.
So the trade just seems crazy that they just want to say because I sent him a video on that where the scientist was saying how they just want to just black out that all these meds or these drugs or the trade. They're trying to say no trade with America, that they brought the trade to America. And then you got the
but the shit that was trade only grew in America.
Exactly. So
people they give credit to all this shit. They can't give credit to us because they have to go even further to try to prove that we weren't these people.
Exactly. That's
so we got to keep all that shit. We the secret. We hire them a bit.
Yeah. So them plantations make sense. Like they were set up years ago. Years and years.
Before the term applied to them, back when they were called Bonnevilles.
Yeah. So I'm just listening. Y'all are chopping it up pretty well here. I just I wanted to ask him that. That's all. If that's what he was talking about. But that was it.
But he should be back in a minute. I don't know. I don't want to answer for him because I don't know exactly what he was talking about neither. Yeah. I'm just coming in.
Man. So Nadi dropped off too. Okay. So everybody dropped off. Okay.
Nadi Peter been up here too?
Yeah, Nadi was up here earlier. There he is. Is that him back?
No, that's me, bro. I got bumped in the back for some reason. No, I ain't drop off. I just got put in the back.
Yeah. Oh, I'm back though. Yeah, I'm back. I was just letting y'all go. I'm listening. I was just cleaning up in the kitchen.
Hey, did you hear what I said, Aton? Were you talking about Genghis Khan's administration with the post office?
Yeah.
In America.
What about it?
Well, I have come across some stuff that just has said that, this was Asia as well. And when Genghis Khan was running his little thing, the Moors or the Saracens, as they were calling back then, they set up the administrative. They're the ones that are giving credit to setting up the administrative post office. Their administration set up the post office. And I'm wondering, is that what you're talking about in the 1100s here?
No.
But they do give him claim with setting up a post office.
Yeah, but they don't give him credit for that. Genghis Khan.
Yeah, that's what I came across. The
black
Genghis Khan. I'm not talking about the Chinese when they made up.
No, I found this within the United States Postal Union, not the United States, but the UPU. I looked through their history. It came through the history that in America, the post office.
Yeah, well, Genghis Khan's administration set up a post office in the 1100s, and his empire was in America as well. So I'm just wondering if that's what started that.
Okay, well, show me.
I'll send you that info.
No, they got the Born Stone, bro. The Born Stone proved that.
Hold on, y'all, real quick. America Isness.
Darvish, you heard of that, right?
Hold on, real quick, y'all. American Isness. No, South Carolina wasn't called South Carolina since the beginning of the time.
It was Kakalaki.
Hold on.
Kakalak.
Hold on. People, I mean, my response to Isness when I typed in there, I said, the Carolinas are very important when it comes to the 13 United States.
Yeah, but that was Virginia at one point. It was even, wait a minute, South Carolina might have been part of Florida territory.
No, man, anything like, well, I think North Carolina was, the actual beginning of North Carolina, North Kakalak or whatever, Before those terms, Kakalak was just South Kakalak,
And North Kakalaki.
Okay, wait. Before we get off into all that, what I'm saying is that guy Pinckney drafted, was one of the main drafters of the Constitution.
You know what I think, man? I think we gotta start looking at the Constitution in a different way. Because it's like a curveball or something. This is one, right? Look at the Constitution as a charter. Try to look at it like that. It make more sense.
Yeah.
There's a company about to be set up here.
No,
and that's their charter.
We don't have to look at it as a charter, Darvis. It is a charter.
Yeah, so we understand it's a charter. There's a business being set up here.
Yeah, you're trying to bring them back to what it actually is. Read the documentations, what it's actually saying. This is where our people get caught up in the narrative and follow the script and follow the acting of all this shit when the document says it's a charter. It's been a charter.
Exactly.
It's been
so what is a charter? Who uses a charter? These are companies that's being set up.
And this guy Pinckney and his son were drafted. They are being credited. You can find this on Wikipedia because they want to make him out to be a white man. But he actually drafted.
I got painters in my family.
I know. I heard you talk about that stuff. This guy drafted the Declaration and the Constitution. One of both of them things. See what I'm saying? Business.
Yeah.
Come on now. These people, it's very influential. Very influential people in control. A lot of people want to say, hey, they're indigenous. Other people say, hey, they could be Moors. They could have came from the other side over here. That's the relatives. Who knows? What do we know? Who knows?
Yeah, because listen, if you think about it, right? This safe as this place was called Amoru after the serpent. It was called Amoru. What would they call the inhabitants?
Nagas.
Nah.
Yeah, Amaru is the serpent. That's the Nagas. You talking about the Nagas?
Yeah, but the term Nagas was applied later on. Somebody didn't quite understand what they were talking about. I'm thinking, honestly, this serpent man was not just spoke about here in the Americas, but also in Asia.
The serpent people is all the Nagas is all around the world.
Cool, and I have no issue with that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is a later term.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. A lot of these terms, man, we deal with history, man. You have the people that actually came up with names or used their names to place on these ancient people.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, so when you start talking about these people from American diaspora, we may call them this. But say you study the same people from say like a African diaspora, or say like a Portuguese diaspora, I mean, Italian, they can call them different things. Question is, what do they call themselves?
Well, that Chinese dude, Z, he called himself, that's an American name, North American name.
Yeah. Oh,
so
man.
They didn't took our names.
They ain't took our name. We went over there and put that name over there.
Yeah, well, we don't know it's ours.
Yeah.
Most of us.
and that's the issue. Most of these shit came from here.
Yep. That's why they don't want to talk about ancient America. We learned everything else is ancient but this place.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's been good with you? What's been good with you, Darvish?
Man, I'm right here, man. Trying to get it, man. You know how that go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Trying to get it while good.
I heard that. Yeah, man. I mean, everything runs back to two places: Carolinas and Virginia.
Yeah.
Those connections, those things. See, the power was in those places.
Yeah.
Big time ports still today, right?
Yeah. But under our last administration, these terms came about. These borders came about.
Right.
Before the 1400s, where was Virginia? Where was the border of South Carolina?
Right.
You didn't have them issues. The people that was on the land, I mean, they didn't have those kind of, they knew where their territory began and end. But it wasn't based on these borders we use now.
Right.
What happened, they start setting up business, doing trade.
That's right.
And leasing out land for corporate use.
Yeah. How many
came back and backfired.
How many McDonald's we have in you know what I'm saying? How many Walmart, you know, it's expansion. It's an expansion.
Yep.
Yeah. But here's what I want to ask you. I'm glad you brought that up. Let me ask you this, because you're not gonna put any cut on it. You gonna give it to me the way you gonna give it to me. All right. So look, check it out. We dealing with this redistricting thing, right? You know, the big conversation, voting rights, redistricting lines, so on and so forth, right? So based off what you said, I mean, what do you make out of it? Why are these people so? Why is our so-called people so up in an uproar behind this voter rights switching and so on and so forth? And it's going to take us back to Jim Crow and da 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 da. You know, is this something that's equal to something where you remember all the so-called black people that was in office before the 1900s in South Carolina? I mean, is this something that's along the lines of a Jim Crow or a black code type thing? You know what I'm saying? What you think about what's happening?
I don't grab the Jim Crow thing at all, honestly, man. I think it was propaganda that the news put up to sell articles and keep people looking at one thing in one hand while the magic being done in the other hand. I don't even run across nobody really think about that shit, honestly.
Thank you. We in 2026, and it feels like they're trying to make us think we're in the 50s.
Yeah.
Did you hear about they're doing a march in Selma? I can't believe this
that's
shit.
democratical shit.
They about to do a what?
A march on Selma.
He already did it. That little goofy ass shit.
And I don't understand. People not. If you really sit back and just look how we look when we do shit like this, man.
Come on,
Real talk,
man.
We're learned ones, man, that still support these things. I mean,
That's
man,
like
look how we
70
look,
years
dog.
ago. 60
And what the
years
fuck are we
ago.
marching for?
Look, you think about it like this, right? Darvin's got his own business, like do good business. J-Dub got his own business, like a few of them. Good business. Big time agriculturalists too. None got his own business, make good money. Me, man, I do all right. But these niggas is talking about Selma.
Yeah.
We got nothing else to worry about. Nothing else better to worry about.
Look, all of us is 50. Get the fuck out of here,
I don't
man.
know what planet they on with that shit. I don't get that. That's just a distraction.
Emotional wrecks.
Yeah, it's just all emotional to get you. I don't know who they trying to get. 80-year-olds, 90-year-olds, 100-year-old people. Who they after?
What are they trying to accomplish? Like, what's the purpose of it?
Yeah, what's the purpose?
I have no clue, man. It just looks foolish.
That's what I want to ask you, because I know you don't. You just say what you want to say. So that's why I asked you that, Darv. It's like, what's the purpose? What's the purpose?
I don't know, man.
I don't get it.
Distraction. But it's like your girl Jessica. It's like your girl Jessica summed it up in a 30. We gave her 1 minute. She summed it up. You know, they ain't worried about no voting rights, losing no rights. Just like she said, man.
This is crazy. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand it. And when I say I don't understand it, it's like, is that all you got? Like, why are you doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you doing that to your people? People that you represent, why are you putting them in this position of lesser than, handout, need something? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
But bro, that's how they stay in power though. Because if you got you keep people ignorant and you have power. Because they don't talk about the niggas that's out here doing this shit, or out here that's actually, got their shit together. They don't talk about it. There's plenty of black people that got their shit together. They don't talk about.
With the ER together. You know what I'm saying? You got out here looking like we walking with two cheeks on our ass, scraping it. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, Tom, you remember what I sent earlier this weekend, right? When I was pointing out how anonymity is really the key to everything. How you don't want to even be known, right? For real, because you want to be private. You don't want to own nothing, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so when I look at stories and I hear people say, yeah, the Stewart family, they got rid of them. Like, no, bro, that's what they wrote in the story. Don't get it twisted. The Stewart family is very well still out here, but they private. They're private. See, when you're it's a lot of stuff that I got research on that I keep to myself because I respect our people's privacy. You know what I mean? I don't speak on the family that's private because that's not my job. You know what I mean? I respect their privacy. You know what I mean? So that's why a lot of times when I'm sitting up there and I'm like, man, I'm not talking about, you know what I mean? Because that's what we did. We don't talk about other families. You know what I mean? If they don't want to be talked about. You feel me? So I respect their privacy, but don't be thinking that these families don't exist no more. You know what I mean? These powerful Negro families, bro. They out here. Now, whether or not they actually for our people, I don't know, because you know what I mean? That's their business. But they are out here, bro. That are powerful. For real.
Hey,
Because
peace,
look,
peace, everybody.
974.
Peace,
Hey,
sister.
what's going on,
Hey,
Ed?
what's up, Ennis? What's up,
Hey,
Ennis?
peace, peace. I wanted to talk about when you guys were talking about them voting rights because
Uh-huh.
I sent an article to Aton where it showed like way back in I think like 2019 where that man, what's his name, Clyburn or something like that, where he made a deal with the Republicans to get rid of these quote unquote black folks districts. So the one of the group what
Clyburn,
huh?
Clyburn, South Carolina.
Right. South Carolina
Yeah,
made
that
made
nigga.
made a deal to get rid of, and now this same man is up there crying about the districts and Trump and oh my God. So they did this, they helped close the gap with these districts. And then they're gonna come around to you and your mama and them and your auntie and them and get them to fret and worry and get all tripped out. This is an example of that Black Lives Matter, where something probably was really real at one time because the man really did die crazy, right? But they stole that movement and then they got everybody all tripped out with this BLM thing. This is the same thing. And that BLM thing was only there to get Joe Biden elected, right? Because after he got elected, they disappeared. Am I right? Am I right? Right. So
Right.
Yeah.
right. So this is the same thing. There's a midterm coming. They need you guys to get out and they need y'all to cry. They need you
Rock the
to
vote.
march and get you all tripped out. Meanwhile, they're the architects of this.
Let me ask you a question, business.
You remember Clyburn's the one they said that Biden wouldn't even been in the mix unless Clyburn endorsed him, even back then.
Yeah, that's one of them powerful people that you're talking about, nonetheless, that we're not really understanding. And he's the one who has helped orchestrated this thing. And so now we're sitting up here and we're having all these conversations, and you got people feeling like they don't have the right to vote. You could absolutely go vote. And if you really want to be in there, go vote for the other folks. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Say that you a Republican and run for office. You know what I mean? We need more conservative minded people anyway, right? We need to
Yep.
move in those in that arena. So anyway, the whole point that I just want to remind us is that there is an article from years ago, a few years ago, where Clyburn was making deals to cut them districts.
Yeah. He the reason why them boys got such a boom down here, Gentiles. All indigenous people getting pushed out of Charleston into small corners on the outskirts of Charleston. And they're
Wait, say
running
that
taxes up
again.
so fucking high that they try to get them out of there. Don't you know if you live in Charleston, it's extra hard to even rent a house if you have a Charleston ID?
Say that again. Start over. Start over. Say that again. You said they doing what with the prices?
Man, they pushing all the people, the original people, the indigenous people of the area, out of the area, and bringing in the Gentiles, these foreigners from all wherever they come from. And there's a big boom now. And I'm talking about, listen, they say based on statistics, like there's a new person moving to Charleston area, like one every goddamn 20 minutes. A new family move here. And they come from all over the place. Meanwhile, the people that live here, the goal is to push them out. These Democrats, these bastards really need to be investigated. Who the fuck are the Democrats? They run 197 countries at the same time. Who are they really loyal to?
Right.
Who started these motherfuckers?
Yeah.
They take they take control of these wealthy countries and skim money up top to help do whatever for these third world countries. They take the contracts from out of the big countries and give them up to these small countries. Big as the United States is, most of our meat comes from another country. Most of our milk comes from another country. Meanwhile, the farmers here, they doing business with outside countries themselves. They really don't sell their meat here.
So when you hear a so-called brother talk about our democracy, who are they talking about?
Yeah, What the fuck are they talking about? Who are they leading to? It got to be somebody because they all got the same talking points. All of them. I'm talking about if you record each one of these motherfuckers, though, everybody done seen the little shit that happened on the different documents or documentaries made on these people, man. If you listen to one newscast, man, you hear that all day. They all talk about the same exact thing. The same exact way they wanted to be talked about. They claim to be for the so-called
And
black
if
people
you
until one of these so-called black people try to do something that goes against these small hats or these established people. And then they get criticized, crucified in the media amongst their own people. Whoever controls this party, my nigga, these are what they call a shadow government. We should find out who the fuck these people are and why we
well,
voting for them.
if you remember Ilhan Omar, remember she got busted speaking in her language to her peoples. Remember she telling us, "Oh, they doing this to me because I'm black," and all of this stuff, right? But then when she was behind the scenes, who was she representing? She was representing, where's she from? Sudan?
Somalia.
Somalia. She was representing Somalia, and she was talking about how she's going to get the government to there's some water bordering Somalia and Ethiopia. I guess they in some kind of war or something like
Man,
that.
they right there. Listen, man, in order to get down the Suez Canal, you got to go through Somalia.
And so she wanted that. She's like, "Don't worry about it," in her language. I'm gonna have the United States go in, and we gonna take over this land, waters over here, blah 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 blah. But the point that I'm trying to make is, she was negotiating stuff for another country, a whole nother group of people, not anybody in Minnesota besides them people.
And that's how the Democratic Party operate, though. They have spokesmen, agents, and they say exactly what they scripted to say, and nothing more.
I sent Aton an article where Pale Skin is up here, congressman saying they don't know how many foreigners are in Congress. They don't know.
Because we really ain't dealing with a Republican style of government no more.
They don't know how many foreigners are in Congress, man. That's treason straight up. How the fuck these people don't know how many they lying to us by saying they don't know, but that's what they putting out. So this one congressman is trying to say, finally, you got to be an American. Can you believe this shit? You got to be an American with one citizenry to be in Congress. Like, wasn't that what it was supposed to be? When did they ever? It doesn't make no sense, but yeah, that's the game.
We adopted democracy.
Yeah.
We came up with this majority rules type shit. When people don't own land here,
that girl Jessica, the lady that Aton says that he knows from Chicago, the sister he played earlier, she did her and the sister Danny from Chicago. They were in a city meeting with Walgreens, or it was either Walgreens or Walgreens. One is leaving, and they said it was everybody in there was a nonprofit that was representing the so-called black folks, and the nonprofits didn't want her to speak, but the people there and Walgreens wanted her to speak and express why they was leaving, because they, it's just they're not, these organizations have been usurped. All these nonprofits they're basically using the black code or the black name or that word to hide under, like the Black Caucus is nonprofit. All these little nonprofits is we just sitting here not getting no airplay. So they're doing video genocide now, TV genocide, paper genocide. Now it's TV genocide. So if we don't get up and voice like that sister did, Jessica, we would never know what's going on. Uh-oh, it got quiet.
All right, so look, let's got a couple other things that I wanted to pull up while we was going to talk, because I had a lot that I was looking at. Some of this stuff. Let me let me move it from the top. Let me make sure I got the right line up here. Bam, bam, bam. All right. All right. Let me start with Dick Gregory. Let me put myself.
The American political system is sophisticated enough to deal with complex issues.
No, I believe it's too unethical, and that's where I believe it's going to swallow up itself. And I believe we're going to look around and have mass chaos in this country.
Chaos? You're talking about violence?
I'm talking about violence, yes, because white folks are not going to tolerate being out of work. White folk not going to tolerate being told they cannot own a house. White folk not going to tolerate being told they can't go to Florida and get them some sun. And that's just what's fixing to happen. They ain't never had to worry about me, because when I tore up something, I tore up my neighborhood. White folks will blow up the bridge. They will blow up the bank. And I'm saying, if we don't look and see where this country is headed, because you have white folk in this country that's never been without a job, that's never been without a good job. When I got a good job, I was surprised. I never expected it. When I found out I was going to college, I was surprised. I was the hero in my neighborhood. It's expected for white folks to go to college, and all it wants, this lifestyle. There's only two people that can survive this country. The Indians will be able to survive it because they ain't never had gas up on them. They ain't never had a thermostat to turn down. And black folks might be able to survive it, provided we can get out all that silliness and stop trying to emulate something that we're not.
You keep talking as if something dire is going to happen.
Yep. I'm gonna stop right there. Mid-sentence. Stop emulating something that we not. He said white folk didn't have nothing but a good job. They always had a good job. Dick Gregory was called with it. And look, that's young Dick. Young Dickory. Gregory. Pause. Yeah, he said if they ain't got no good job, they gonna get to blowing up shit. What we had? Boy, they be blowing up shit, don't they? They be out here tearing shit up. Shit don't go their way. They gonna go crazy. I'm just saying.
Well, that's how
Go ahead.
that's how I feel about the voting and these people that's crying that their jobs is getting taken away because they wasn't up there doing it. We're not missing anything. I think that's kind of what Dick is saying. You know what I mean? It's like we weren't really heavily represented. So why are we just so, there's nothing to crash out over. There's nobody that was like, okay, y'all over there, let's do this for you and let's do this for you. Nobody's done that. So there's no, huh?
How about that? What happened? Hello? Business? You there?
Yeah.
Mic check. Okay.
I said, how about that? It's like, how about that? That's like, yes, I agree. How about that?
Yeah, there's
Think
no
about it
reason.
from that perspective. That's why I would say when I say how about that?
Okay. Yeah, because there's nothing there we're not losing anything. And just like Darvis was saying, half the neighborhoods is being gentrified. So it's actually a good thing. This is actually a good thing because it's going to because who's moving into, I'm sure a lot of foreigners are moving into these neighborhoods, and that will give them unprecedented leverage. That will give them leverage over everybody, which has happened here in California, right? They have leverage like no other. And so if these, especially Southern communities are being gentrified, you're giving your hard-earned rights or privileges to a person who just showed up yesterday. Someone who just showed up
Exactly.
this morning.
So corporation mainly.
Right.
That would be coming down here. These corporations come down here. They buying out all these land. They redeveloping all these land, bringing strange people here to live in these houses. These houses they building is not for the people of the area. They're for the employees that are coming down with the corporation, and they automatically with the city council. They put so much money up in the right pockets before you know that they're mayors and they're keeping it going.
I heard Charlotte was super gentrified now. So
Imagine too.
like yeah, so
Look, LAUSD, guess what they call it? That's Los Angeles Unified School District. They call it Latino Unified School District.
Wow.
So I got a friend of mine, she's a teacher. These kids, she's 62 years old. She's listening to these little kids can't keep nigga out their mouth.
Right.
Little Mexican kids is speaking in front of a 62-year-old lady saying nigga, 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 nigga all day long, and they don't do nothing about it. She told one of these little kids to shut up. They wrote her ass up for that. So that's what, and so you know.
Did you see? Before you moved to Tennessee, while you're still in Los Angeles, did you see where like the superintendent or something like that got deported by ICE or something like that?
Well, what if they raided him? The FBI raided him, but he's on leave with pay. They still paying that mug.
And he said he's not ashamed. He said, "I'm here for the other immigrants," like he representing something.
He said he sure did American isness. He said, I heard that. I heard him say it. I'm like, this man said, I had to step up because I'm just like them. He came here illegally. He admitted it in his press conference. I mean, this mess is, it's all intruder invader business that's going on.
And so when they come and drop these people off, they're dropping them off in our historical neighborhoods. And these are the ones that the Democrats want us to cry about because that messed up their game plan. What happened is they got circumvented. These Republicans checkmated them. That's what happened. Because they were,
Yeah, I said you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem is though because they got so much pull in their business countries now, and they had deals with them people that they would get these motherfuckers over here, and they would get them good jobs, good places to stay, whatever. I mean, and they'd be able to take over not the economy, but them to take over the job market. And when they get over here, and when they stopping it, it's like forcing them to go back on their word because they really don't have no power. People just agree that they have power, and we vote for them to keep us in an emotional state of doing everything. Everything we do is based on our emotions, when it shouldn't be like that. Emotions have no business in the affairs of man. And we as males, we damn near more emotional than the fucking females. Somebody call us out a name, we ready to kill them. And I'm talking about we go all the way out like as if we were females. We getting raised that way. They want us to be raised that way. It was set up for us to be raised like that. Because they also own the prison industrial complexes.
Yeah. In Tennessee, the governor just passed a bill, or is trying to get a bill. Well, yeah, I think they funded a program where they're wanting the kids to get out of the public school program because it's been invaded. So they're giving money to, no matter what your income is, for you to go to private school. Tennessee's funding it, but you gotta be a lawful citizen. You can't be illegal. So they're taking the money away from the immigrants. Trying.
Yeah.
So I give our hats off to Tennessee for that because they're using our they're using our funds, man. They're using our hard-earned funds, and how do you learn in an environment and you don't respect the teacher? You calling her nigga? Let's be real. What they learning? How to disrespect the Aboriginal people here? And then you got them talking about before we get reparations, they saying they got to get paid. I'm like, Spain colonized you, not America. They don't even know what they're talking about.
Like Trump said, these mother empty out their prisons and their insane asylums. Oh yeah. City even taught about from over here.
Yeah.
Word.
Yeah, man, it's deep. It's real deep.
And according to law, really ain't much you really can do to him but deport him.
Right. Is anybody from the DC area? Anybody on? Did they really clean up the DC area when Trump was all about? I'm sorry to jump on that, but I haven't talked to anybody from DC. Did they really clean that area up?
Yeah. Oh man, live out there, man. He said that you see a lot of them boys was on the curves with a lot of National Guards out there, man. The crime did go down a lot.
Because I don't hear about the murders anymore like I used to. That was murder capital.
Man, it's like that in every democratical state, though. You think about it.
So yeah, that's a major improvement.
All right, let me get to the next one. Where are we at here? Oh, we need to finish this one. Oh yeah, we ain't got past this one yet. Hold on. Let me get this. Let me mute up.
Happen chaos if the economy falls, a revolution if the political apparatus collapses. And yet, I don't see much evidence of that. I see instead resignation, disillusionment, a retreat into self-centeredness, the me decade. I don't see any sense of the flames that might flicker into real change.
I wouldn't see it neither if I wasn't watching the economy. And I'm not saying that we were cleaner back in that last depression or pure, but conditions forced me to live next to you as my brother. So I knew what dinner was. I don't know who lived next to me now. I don't know who's upstairs. I don't know who's downstairs. I know one thing, every other person got a gun. And when you live in a nation that would squawk more about registering their rifle than registering their children, then we're in trouble. We are completely in trouble. And I think a 91-year-old white woman said it better than anyone's ever said it. And that was this past summer. This white woman in Houston, Texas got arrested for shoplifting. And I picture one around the world. And Americans sent that woman $25,000. And she held a press conference and said, thanks, but no thanks. I don't need your $25,000. I need you to change the conditions that reduces people like me into shoplifting. And I love that because it embarrassed me. Because that old white woman upset me because if my grandmother was alive in 91 and got caught shoplifting and white America sent her $20,000, she'd have got on TV praising God and talking about what a good country this is. But that woman put it right. I need you to change the conditions that reduces me down. And that's a funny thing because when you get people that's Christians that really believe in God, they get reduced down to stealing, then you lose that thing. And if America is not watching, we're in trouble.
Long time ago. See, you got these people up here screaming and hollering in 2026 as if our people wasn't talking like that 60 years ago. How about that? That's black and white. That's black and white. But yeah, let me get to the next one. Which one? This one? Let's do this one first.
Was held in the slaughterhouse cases.
Hold on.
Recently decided by the Supreme Court. The rights of citizens of the state as such are not under consideration in the 14th Amendment. That's a huge one. Again, the rights of citizens of the state as such are not under consideration in the 14th Amendment. That these rights are separate.
I heard a whom. I heard a whom. Remember, You got these niggers up here. I like them screaming. Now, this is the slaughterhouse case. This is 1800s, right? Yeah. Think so. You said whom? J-Dub, what you got?
Well, I mean, he basically, I guess what he was saying was they're not even mentioned. They got privileges and they talking about rights that don't belong to them.
Man.
Not even mentioned. So they should be what they call it, the good immigrant, the quiet immigrant.
Right. Don't you let Massel hear you talking that loud now. Don't be talking like that. Yeah, Massel. Massel. You know Massel. Good white folk.
Yeah, it's too much.
Watch this clip.
Separate and distinct was held in the slaughterhouse cases, recently decided by the Supreme Court. The rights of citizens of the state as such are not under consideration in the 14th Amendment. That's a huge one. Again, the rights of citizens of the state as such are not under consideration in the 14th Amendment.
Okay, that's a given. Because they're
These
talking
rights
about.
are.
That's not a given, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we're not talking about state citizenship. They're talking about United States citizenship, the federal citizenship.
Okay. But no, this is not what these people are talking about, though.
They're saying these immigrants don't have no say-so in the Constitution. None. They ain't got no consideration. They got privileges that can be revoked.
Yeah, which is the federal, which is the supreme law. But we don't care what California say, and that y'all could live here unabated. This is about the supreme law of the land.
Mm-hmm. So, that's the case. Why are these niggers up here talking about Louisiana and Tennessee and Memphis and all these, Tennessee and Alabama there? With the voting rights. Civil rights came through the United States. They didn't come through the states. Civil rights was supposed to be put in place to protect the people in those states from state law that was in contradiction of the United States, that operated in contradiction to the United States, was the supreme law of the land that they are supposed to be uniform to. But you listen to these niggers out here and these nigresses, they are screaming to the top of the pile to the states saying that they are supposed to be abiding by something. That's all I'm saying. This is where the gray area comes in. Can somebody make that make sense?
That's the game. That's the game they're playing. That's why you got Beulah Jackson as a pale skin now on TV. Talking about she's been here since her immigrant Catholic beginnings since 1836, but she became here as Beulah Jackson. Come on now.
All right, so look at it like this, right? I hear both of you. I hear you. I hear Isness. But I'm looking like this. Are indigenous people supposed to be operating within state jurisdictions or federal jurisdiction? Based on the treaties and the supremacy clause, right? American Indians said supreme law of the land. That's the supremacy clause. Right? So are our people with the civil rights being put in positions within the state when really we was outside that jurisdiction, and the civil rights put us in that jurisdiction of states where it was automatically already set up as penal slave territories?
Well, they talk about several states living within that. Then there's something that there's like a tent over it, and that tent over it is supreme, and I guess that's I'm not sure. I gotta listen to it again.
Okay. But you said it though. You said that those are state situations, right? It's not dealing with the United States. The United States is the United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and everything else is inferior to it. That's why Article 3, the Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, has original jurisdiction over all matters dealing with the states. Right? The 10th Amendment is the sovereignty, where it gives all the states their independent sovereignty, as long as they are operating in unison and uniform with the United States. To be a part of the union, right? To be a part of the union. So, question. Let me clarify my question. My question is dealing with voting rights and our people. Because just like Jessica said up there, just like these people in there was talking about the Voters' Rights Act of 1964, 65, whichever one. Granted people, our people, the right to vote, but vote where? In the state or in the United States? You see what I'm saying? This is the question. That's the question. Which one? Based on the Supremacy Clause, based on, you know, what the United States had to do. Because you remember, let me give you an example. I already know the answer, but I'm just asking the question. I'm going to give you an example. When they were doing the integration, didn't John Kennedy have to call the military in some of these states that would not allow integration, voting, and all this stuff? Didn't they have to bring in the military? Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. Brown versus the board.
So that's the case.
So we should be able to call the armory up, the Aboriginal, call the armory up and lock and load and get these suckers out of here. Get armed up and get them out of here, because they're not going nowhere, because the army ain't coming to do nothing. Or the National Guard's not going to do nothing about it.
I mean, well, but even though, you know, nonetheless, we brought up that thing in North Carolina where, you know, so-called military had took over something in 1868. John F. Kennedy.
Yeah, military has been usurped. You're right.
Well, this is where, you know, the confusion comes in, because 100 years later, through integration and all this stuff, the presidents couple times had to call the military into the states to protect the so-called black people. So I don't know. What militaries are we talking about? Are we talking about militias? Are we talking about the United States? of America?
We're talking about non-deportable military.
We're talking about state. Are we talking about state militias? Yeah, you guys didn't know that certain states, especially Georgia, it talks about militias in the Constitution. They have militias. Yep. Most of them in the 13th.
Didn't Georgia start off as a militia area like that? I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know. But it
Something
looks
like
like that's what started off, yeah.
Something like that. So this hostile takeover, like in the Carolinas, because they got a militia language in their shit as well. This is where their Second Amendment comes in. But a militia coming in and taking over, right? Hostile takeover. You have a militia coming in.
You know what I say? It's the Buffalo Soldiers that need to be brought back.
Yeah, I hear that.
They're not gonna because only the non-deportables is gonna handle that business. Because even when they did it, when the United States government came in and did it, they did that with a larger plan to disintegrate our communities and our commercial our dollars. They disintegrated our communities. They said they integrated them. No, they disintegrated them, disintegrated them. I mean. So that was a plot. That was a strategy that it looked like it was for our benefit, but we lost lands. What did they say when Martin Luther King was around? We lost millions and millions of acres of land with this voting rights shit.
Yeah.
So that's a plot. That made to look like it was for our benefit. No. So it's the same old people in 1868 that put the gun to their head that told them you need to vacate the office. That's still who's in the military.
But remember,
and the Buffalo Soldiers was curbing that on a certain level, but they don't write about those stories, so we don't know that we still have we're the descendants or the ascendants of those people.
Well, look at it, though. Look at it this way. The 13 United States
the truck break down, they got to pay for the truck to get fixed.
The 13 United States were considered to be a foreign entity under foreign powers, right? This is what the history tells us. Foreign powers, which is the British Crown. So under that pretense, whatever was going on right there had to deal with that. But the 13 United States didn't occupy the full, what we consider to be the whole Carolinas, Georgia, all these other places. So what are we talking about? That's what I'm saying.
It was a company set up there.
So that was business. That was company business then, right? It had nothing to do with the mainland.
No.
Well,
so the first war started kicking off when the people started moving too far inland.
Yep. Okay. We're on the same page.
We've been fighting these immigrants on the lands to get them off the lands for a long time.
Now,
but another thing you got counted with also, though, when you look at it another way, all the Jameses and all his brothers and uncles and daddies and grandparents and mothers and all them fuckers from here too.
Right.
Yeah, yo, but we was good up until I'm back. I was on the phone with somebody, but we was good up until probably the civil rights movement. That's what they don't talk about, bro. We was good.
Let me show you
See,
something before you get into that. No,
all right, go ahead, go ahead. Uh huh.
if you observe, if you observe the Constitution, all right, really observe it. Who would have the right to practice religion?
You
Who would
say
have
who?
right? Yeah, who?
The
Who have to have
Aboriginals.
a right, privilege from the United States Constitution to practice freedom of speech and freedom of religion? Who?
Well, if you're not associated with them, because they got separation of church and state.
Uh. Church and state is
So
not separated in that, bro. That's giving church and states putting it together in their first amendment. Who would be given a right to practice religion? Who's practicing religion on this land?
that's the Catholic Church.
All right. Number two, right to carry, bear arms. What Indians and what Native man or indigenous man on this land have to have permission to carry arms?
You don't.
You don't.
Okay, so if you see from the first part of this Constitution, bro, it's for a foreigner to have a right on this land.
We already said we're
Yeah.
talking about it from a charter perspective. We've agreed to that.
But I always bring it up, Nadi, that if you're mentioned in the Constitution, you have restriction because Constitution is a restriction on government.
Correct.
So if you're not mentioned or you're not part of the Constitution, you don't have restrictions on you as long as you don't come into the public. Or doing business with said government.
In the
You have a
public.
right.
In the
Yeah.
public.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want to, as long as you're not in the public.
Right.
That's why we say you gotta be private. But I forgot what I was about to say before you guys said that. I was about to bring up something, nigga.
You said you was on the phone.
Oh yeah, because I was gone for a minute. No, I was about to bring up something about damn. What I was about to bring up, bro.
Yeah, you said everybody was doing good till the civil rights.
Oh yeah. So, well, what I wanted to point out is this: the main issue. See, there's a lot of changes within those 100 years, though, because the Federal Reserve is really where they split up the families. If you really look, if you pay attention to how the Federal Reserve districts are set up, it's 12 districts, right? Now, where's the 13th district at? See, this is what people were talking about the families. You can see where they separated all the families at. If you look at the Federal Reserve Act. So you got 12 districts, but where's the 13th one? The 13th is in London because that's operated through the District of Columbia. Through that Federal Reserve System, but that was not mentioned on the dollar bill. That's not mentioned in the districts. That's why Trump now has the right. He's replacing the head of the Federal Reserve in Washington D.C. But each one of those Federal Reserves is one in St. Louis, I think one in Richmond, one in Philadelphia, one in Chicago. This other ones too. But anyway, all of those have boards. I mean, have president. You know, it's actual presidents of the Federal Reserve districts. Those are presidents, and they got a constitution.
Yeah.
I thought they were governors.
No, they're presidents, bro.
Board
you
of
have
governors.
Okay, no, you have a governor it's set up, bro. It's set up just like It's set up just like a state, but it's a district. So you have the governor, which is the head of the board of trustees, which is the governor is something like when you have a trust, like the trust protector, just making sure everything's ran smoothly. But then you have the actual president, bro. I got the documents where it breaks it down, but it's set up just like a trust. Set up exactly like a trust. And they got the people inside of those districts. Well, it's not even. They're not really concerned with the district because all they're doing is one your security traded out of the country. So even though you're on the East Coast, still using your bonds and goddamn on the West Coast. I think that's the one in. I think it's one in San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's a San Francisco Federal Reserve.
Yeah, there is. I believe
Go.
so.
Matter of fact, all you gotta do is go on. You can go right on the Federal Reserve. Just go to the Federal Reserve website. Just go on the Federal Reserve website, bro. They'll tell you where all the that's why I found. I was like, because I didn't know they had problems, so I looked on their website. Because I would just read, I had the whole documents about how the district was, the constitutions and how they got oaths that the Congress people supposed to take and all that. Yeah. So is it a coincidence that you got 12 districts, not including the one that's located in DC, and you had 13 colonies? Now, when I go on there, right, if you read it, man, they contradict themselves. Oh my god, bro, you gotta read. They like living contradiction. Just like you go on go look up the Rothschilds Trust, the Rothschild Trust. You know they actually got a company. Now, if you go on their website, the Rothschild Trust, they go, man, bro, they got a guilty conscience because in their I think in their mission statement, right, they got a nonprofit. Guess what the nonprofit is about? Human trafficking, bro. They said we're fighting against human trafficking and all this shit on the Rothschild website.
But see, that's the excuse they use, human trafficking, to incorporate someone.
Yeah, bro. See, I'm glad. See, I can see it, bro. It's so much information that's right in front of our faces. Is ridiculous, bro.
And they own the corporation.
Yeah, you got
or
to, man.
they control it.
Mm-hmm. It's all human trafficking. It's just that it's not in the sense of where they just grabbing people. I mean, that still goes on in the underground, in the shadows where we don't know about. But when it comes to our monetization of us, working and credit cards and the credit system, the Federal Reserve, that's still somewhat trading labor, bro. Trading our labor.
Shit, a driver's license is human trafficking.
Yeah, because anything that has registration assigned to it is trafficking.
Yeah.
I'll go buy a case.
I'm good inside.
No, you're not.
I'm good.
Yeah, but the Federal Reserve, is something else, bro, because that's a whole different animal, bro. You know how I look at shit different, bro. When I listen to shit, bro. Like, okay, like in the Bible, right? You know how they say the mark of the beast, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Way I look at that is this. I look at it as
It done cooled off tonight.
Oh yeah. Oh, he talking to his son. You know, I look at it like this. I was like, okay, you can't buy or sell, right? So I'm like, they talking about states or countries, right? Now, I look at it as marketing. So what they've done is they marketed a beast, right? Because they're selling us that these states or these countries are actually doing something. You can't do shit unless you belong to one of these motherfuckers, right? Because the way they market it to us. When if you don't have control of this beast, it's going to devour you. Right? Because that's exactly what will happen to you, to anybody, if you don't control it. So they fighting over control over the people that they've been doing. Is the only thing, the thing that really fucked them up about the Constitution is the fact that we can vote. But the entities that they create, that's where they found the loophole where they create entities that they can hide behind that has rights. So they can create entities that are not even living. But because people give it energy, they're looking at it as if these things are living or has power behind them. But they only got power because you have people backing them that believe it's real when it's not.
Now,
Hold up. Because it's almost like, okay, the women, right? Do y'all think that the matriarch, right? Matriarchy. Because I know Rod Hayes, see, that's what Rod Hayes good at. He good at talking about the matriarch, the big mama house and all that shit, right? They got our women out here so fucked up that they market, okay, you can be single, but how are you single? How you even raise a child if you don't have a 2-parent household, right? Or you're not
Hey,
with a man.
Tar. My bad, man. I ain't mean to cut you off, man. Hey, I got to drop off right quick. I'll be back in a little bit, though, man.
all right, brother.
All right, I'll be right back, though.
Now look, I remember you could say make a good point about this, right? Our parents or grandparents, great grandparents, they didn't like it. Even if they didn't like each other, they stayed together. Why? Because of the children, right? And you saw them having what? You go back in your history, you'll see parents or loved
10
ones
kids.
have a bunch of kids. That's the real matriarch.
Exactly.
Right? That's the matriarch. Joe Jackson and Katherine Jackson didn't necessarily like each other too much, but they stayed together because they knew that they had to raise this family. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't no leaving. That's a sacrifice that they made for the children, right? That's the real matriarch. But they marketed it to these women out here saying, oh, no, I don't need, I'm this, I'm that, boom, boom, boom. I can raise them by myself, right? But you got the beast, that's husbandry, because now you got the beast taking care, coming to your household, taking care of you and the family now. The way they market it, where you don't need a family. We will take care of you and pull you away from your bloodline. That's how they keep getting us. And people don't see it. And then they market feminism as if, but at the same time, you're going into a patriarch. That's a patriarch. Being single, a single woman, that's a patriarch. That's right up the man's alley. You feel me? That's the patriarch. That's man-made. But they got women out here thinking that that's the matriarch because they these strong women. They can do it on their own. That's a patriarchy. Because you got a man-made system taking care of you. The matriarch was when you had Big Mama taking care of the family. You feel me? So they got it inverted. That's Freemasonry. To make a man a woman, and a woman a man. That's their religion. That's what they put into our minds, bro. That's how they took over. They flipped it all on us, bro. When we was doing it right from the beginning. But they flip it and say you got to integrate when we was already doing good before that shit. We had our own businesses. I remember in Philly how it was. It was houses. I remember people had houses with the stores attached to them on the corners. This was in the 70s.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We had like that in LA.
Yeah.
We had the corner store.
Right.
And we had
we were doing good.
And we had the brother on the block that was selling stuff out the back of his house.
Exactly. But you see how they market, the beast markets, the fact that we wasn't, all they show is us, getting all right. No, we was doing good, bro.
Once again, they moved us off the land. When they moved us off the land, well, we stopped having all them babies.
Right. Because they want to control the family and how many children you have and who's, you know what I mean, who's the inheritors and all that shit. And then move foreigners over here and don't tell them nothing. They can have all the babies they want because they control them.
Yep. And then they start doing the census to figure out how many of us were born.
Right. And how much they owe. Because they know eventually they're gonna owe us. That's why they're trying to flip it up on us right now. And Trump is not cooperating with their plan. Because their plan is they already know they owe us, so they trying to put these new people over here that they can monetize and flip our identities and our fucking old Social Security number to them. And
they're doing that also to see how many of us they got to kill off.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they try and run the same play again.
Mm-hmm.
Let me play this last one.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Have we lost American isness?
Aton, you ready to play something? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
My bad.
It got quiet. I'm like, hold up. Did he say what I thought he said?
I was trying. I was doing it too. I was doing it. I really was. I was doing it. Hey, man. Yep, I'm about to throw the music on.
He was a good little citizen, according to his understanding. That on or about the 5th day of April, 1880, and prior to said election, this plaintiff presented himself to said Charles Wilkins as such registrar at his office for the purpose of having his name registered as a qualified voter, as provided by law, and complied with all provisions of the statutes in that regard, and claimed that under the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, he was a citizen of the United States and was entitled to exercise the elective franchise regardless of his race, and color, and that said Wilkins designedly, corruptly, willfully, and maliciously did then and there refuse to register this plaintiff for the sole reason that the plaintiff was an Indian and therefore not a citizen of the United States and not therefore entitled to vote, and on account of his race and color, and with the willful, malicious, corrupt, and unlawful design to deprive him, this plaintiff, of his right to vote at said election and of his rights and all other Indians of their rights under said 14th, 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States on account of their race and color. He was a good little citizen according to his understanding. That
Interesting. Let's get to this part right here.
as such registrar at his office for the purpose of having his name registered as a qualified voter, as provided by law, and complied with all provisions of the statutes in that regard, and claimed that under the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, he was a citizen of the United States and was entitled to exercise the elective franchise regardless of his race and color, and that said Wilkins designedly, corruptly, willfully, and maliciously did then and there refuse to register this plaintiff for the sole reason that the plaintiff was an Indian and therefore not a citizen of the United States and not therefore entitled to vote, and on account of his race and color, and with the willful, malicious.
Let's see if he's reading this correctly. Wilkins designedly, right? So designedly, meaning that he crafted something, right? Right. So, and that said Wilkins, because he didn't read that properly. And that said Wilkins, meaning that they're talking about Wilkins. Wilkins, designedly, corruptly, willfully, and maliciously, then did register this plaintiff for the sole reason that the plaintiff was an Indian. All right, hold on. Let's back this up. Let's get a clear idea.
As such registrar at his office for the purpose of having his name registered as a qualified voter, as provided by law, and complied with all provisions of the statutes in that regard, and claimed that under the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, he was a citizen of the United States and was entitled to exercise the elective franchise regardless of his race and color.
The elected franchise. The elective franchise. Guys, listen to these.
And that said Wilkins designedly, corruptly, willfully, and maliciously did then and there refuse to register this plaintiff for the sole reason that the plaintiff.
So this Wilkins, corruptly, willfully, and maliciously did then refuse to register this plaintiff for the sole reason that the plaintiff was an Indian.
Was an Indian and therefore not a citizen of the United States and not
therefore entitled to vote, and on account of his race and color, and
therefore entitled to vote, and on account of his race and color, and with the willful, malicious, corrupt, and unlawful design to deprive him, this plaintiff of his at said election and of his rights and all other Indians of their rights under said 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States on account of their race and color. He was a good little citizen.
that on the 6th day of April, this plaintiff presented himself at the place of voting, presented a ballot, requested the right to vote, where said who was then, The said election said Ward, and further carrying out his willful malicious design, declared to the plaintiffs and other election officers that the plaintiff was an Indian and not entitled to vote. And said judge and clerks of election refused to receive the vote. Now, this is where I want you guys to make it very clear what an Indian is and what an Indian is not. And I'm going to throw the music on because we're going to close this out. We're going to continue this tomorrow. But based on that, that's case law right there. This guy wanted to go and vote. They was like, no, you're not a citizen. You're not a United States citizen. You can't vote, and we won't accept your vote. But we have people here, and this is my closing statement, that we have people here that are screaming and hollering about the fact that we want to be United States citizens, and now we United States citizens. We have our own democracy. We have this voting rights. We have all these things that we wanted to, that we fought for and died for and sacrificed people for in order to get this. You see? And on top of that, we're going to scream and holler. But this case law pretty much says, because the one guy said, I'm going to bring his ass back up here again. The one guy in the video, he said the slaughterhouse case. Because if he mentions the slaughterhouse case, then that means that he's an Indian. And if he is an Indian, if he mentioned the slaughterhouse case, because we overcame the slaughterhouse case, those things that was overturned, he said these things that were overturned, then that means he's an Indian. And if he's an Indian, he's a traitor. You know what? Let me go pull that up. Let me pull that up. See, this is how it flows. You know what I'm saying? See, I just flow. I just go where it goes, and I don't resist. Because eventually, now we're getting somewhere. Because he mentioned these cases. I want to bring this guy back up again. Where?
Hey, John. Hey, John, I sent you that, John, the great law of peace. Now, you don't mention nothing about no Indian. What it say about being given into foreign powers? Nigga, you was out of the tribe. You was out of the nation. If you do anything, show any loyalty to any foreign powers, any dealings with them, you was out on your own.
That's right. That's right.
Period.
That's right.
Yeah.
You was on your own. Now, here's the trick bag, right?
So yeah, you could be an Indian, but you ain't part of no Indian. You ain't part of none of the nations. That's what I'm trying to point out to people.
Well, but my thing under the circumstances is this: is that in Indian is a red herring,
right?
Depending on you remember jurisdiction is everything. A lot of stuff be ambiguous, colorful, can be utilized in a different capacity than what it was originally intended to be. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't identify your nationality within the United States tribal nations. It doesn't identify any of that. It's an ambiguous term that is associated with the United States as being an agent. Whereas though, okay, you want to join us? All right, you're an Indian now. We don't. You're not associated with your nation anymore. You don't have that protection. We protecting you now.
Yeah, but it still doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I see where you're going with it. It doesn't make sense to me just yet. Where I'm looking at it as is this. I'm looking at that Indian that they agreed upon to be utilized within the United States. I think the indigenous nations, the indians, agreed to utilize that term. I think they agreed. That shit wasn't just done by the United States on their willy-nilly own without people running shit agreeing to it. You know what I'm saying? That's just my whole.
It was some fucked up shit going on.
That's my whole thing. Now, certain people that initially that was getting trapped in this and then became those what you would consider to be Indian agents. Right? Yeah, that's a whole. Now that's the whole nother different category.
Well, you gotta understand this though. When you talk about the United, you now remember, you gotta put your mind back into this mode of understanding that you're dealing with diabolical, evil. This all they worrying about is blackmail. They operate through blackmail, fucking, you know what I mean, leverage, those type of entities. So those type of situations. So of course these people coming from that's going secretly against the crown, you come in as a chief or whoever in your nation, and you say, well, shit, I'm trying to make this backdoor deal with you. You know what I mean? You gonna offer me what you gonna offer me is you know what I mean? That's gonna entice me to go against my people. You know what I mean? Secretly, because remember, a lot of this stuff is done in secret. Where if the people found out, it's gonna be some heads. You know what I mean? Heads gonna roll. You feel me? So you can't look at it like everybody didn't know, but we entrusted these leaders with doing business and not going against the morality that we was raised with, and they started going against that with these secret society lodges, Blue Lodge, you know what I mean, and the fucking you know, these what's the one what's the one that niggas started joining and shit? What lodge was that? Not the
Prince
Eastern
Hall?
Stars. Eastern Stars
Prince
was with
Hall?
women. Huh?
Prince Hall?
Yeah, Prince Hall. You feel me? A lot of these Indian chiefs start going into Prince Hall lodges, bro. In the Freemasonry. So which put them under the Scottish Rite. Scottish Rite is now the head of our everything, bro. That's what I'm telling you. That's what happened, bro.
Brothers, I'm gonna have to say my bid you farewell. I appreciate it all.
Yeah, Aton.
Thank you so much, Aton.
Yeah, bro. We got the rest of the week. This is good for a Monday. This might be too much for a Monday, bro. Damn.
Hey, we got it. Hey, but look, we didn't even we really didn't get even started. You know what I mean?
I know you hit them hard
You
on
said we're
Monday,
gonna bring
bro.
this one up tomorrow.
Y'all started off the week swinging on them niggas.
Well, yeah, you know, I had to put a lot on the table. I mean, we got to cover a lot, and shit. Well, did pretty good. I think we did good on that one.
Yeah,
wasn't all over the place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, freestyle. Yeah, it was a little freestyle with some.
Yeah, a little freestyle. Wasn't all over the place.
With some sources, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, good stuff, like usual. Right. But thank you, fellas. I appreciate it. I just gotta bounce out.
All right, appreciate you too. All right, everybody in the chat. One love to everybody. Keep you hold your heads up, man. One love. All right.
All right. In a minute, y'all.
All right.
Well, shoot, we about to get up on China Chill. We about to get up on China Chill. You know? So what does that mean? I don't know. You know how we talk when we get tired. We just say all kind of wild stuff. Who cares what it means? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. But under the circumstances, you know, when this is over, it's over. All right. On the next one, y'all. Appreciate it. Everybody, share it out. Repost it. Hit the thumb. You know. Yeah. We are.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron draw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bulk of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to ashes, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message. Embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss who you trying to employ.
Gosh, baby, infinite.